welcome back to the 2024 PMSL SEA Fall. I'm your host Windy for today, and joining me on stage we have Joe Branky from PANDUM. Hi Joe Branky.
Halo.
So, how are you feeling for today Joe Branky?
Ya, gimana perasaannya hari ini?
Baik.
Ya, I'm good. Thank you.
Yeah, great. And also I want to congratulate you because yesterday you got 2 chicken dinners, so congratulations. And compared to last week, you guys shown like so much improvement. And I want to know what changes have you made to achieve that performance?
Oke, jadi selamat atas 2 WWCD-nya semalam. Kalau kita lihat dari minggu pertama dan minggu kedua, prestasi di minggu kedua itu jauh lebih bagus. Apa perubahan yang dilakukan oleh PANDUM sendiri apa perubahan yang dilakukan oleh PANDUM sendiri?
Kita evaluasi dari week 1 apa yang kesalahan dari diri masing-masing, lalu kita obrolkan bareng-bareng gimana solusinya. Jadi dari week 1 kita belajar.
Yeah, so basically we having a postmortem on week 1. So whatever we discuss on week 1, we just gonna apply on week 2, and thank God that it's worked for us.
Yes, and always give the best into the game. And speaking of changes, do you have any changes for today? Because you'll be facing a new group from Group B, Joe Branky.
Ya, jadi apakah bakal ada perubahan dari PANDUM sendiri karena hari ini kalian bakal menentang grup yang baru?
Tidak ada perubahan lebih sih, kita yakin sama tim kita sendiri, jadi main semaksimal mungkin aja di hari ini.
So basically we don't have any changes, like big changes. We just gonna focus on ourselves. Yeah, we just gonna focus in order for us to get a lot of points. Yeah.
Alright, and speaking of yesterday, we know that you got the chance to play and help the team so much. And I want to know, how did you adjust your mindset to handle the pressure while you on field?
Oke, kalau kita lihat semalam kamu dikasih kesempatan untuk bermain dan hasilnya sangat-sangat bagus. Bagaimanakah kamu mempersiapkan mental kamu sendiri ketika berada di lapangan?
Diyakinin oleh coach sama staff coach, analisis, semuanya support aku, jadi aku yakin bahwa aku bisa.
So basically, how can I prepare my mental? Basically, the support that I get from coaching staff and our analysts, they believe in me. So if they believe in me, why don't I believe in myself?
And will you be playing for the first game, Joe Branky?
Jadi apakah kamu bakal bermain di match pertama, Joe Branky?
Ya.
Yep.
Ooh, I can't wait to see the actions. And next, as we know, last week you weren't often played that much in PANDUM. And I want to know how you roll your hope to play in the team. Like, what is your hope for the role?
Ya, jadi kan karena sering nggak dapat jatah bermain, karena pergantian roster juga. Apakah target kamu ke depannya yang kamu harapkan di tim PANDUM?
Main semaksimal mungkin aja, bisa dapetin yang hasil yang baik untuk selanjutnya.
So basically whenever I got a chance to play, I just gonna give my best, and I just hope that we can win this tournament as a team. Yep.
And I remember when you used to play with Onyx teams and everyone used to call you Bocil Kematian or Deadly Kid, and I need you to be that person again, okay, Joe Branky?
Ya, jadi kita ingat lah yang kemarin pas kamu main di Onyx, rata-rata orang-orang pada bilang kamu bocil kematian, dan Windy mengharap ya kamu bisa menjadi seperti sosok itu lagi.
Terima kasih.
Okay, so for the last things, because of your team's performance and your performance, you guys managed to advance to PMWC. And what do you think is the most important things for you and your team in order to secure a spot in next PMGC?
Oke, kemarin dengan performa yang sangat bagus, PANDUM itu berhasil lolos ke AWC World Cup. Menurut kamu sendiri, apakah yang dibutuhkan oleh tim PANDUM supaya kalian bisa lolos ke PMGC?
Pede sama diri sendiri, yakin sama diri sendiri, yakin sama tim, kompak sama tim, itu aja cukup.
So basically the most thing that we need is basically we need to believe with each other, we need to have a trust with each other. I think that's the most important part.
Yeah, and I'll keep you in my thoughts and hope you can manage and secure your spot in the PMGC. So thank you so much, Joe Branky. Thank you so much, Youngs, also. And yesterday was the first day after the teams compete for last week. And I can clearly see that they managed to secure their spots today, and we're gonna see how they can play again for today's. And let's hand it over to our casters for the first game. So casters, on to you. Bye.
This is going to be dangerous. number 2 of week number 2. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the PUBG Mobile Super League Southeast Asia Fall 2024. Together with us, my name is Sir Cloud, together with the amazing Choo. And today, we will be introducing Group B into week 2.
Now, when it comes to Group B, we're going to have some big guns coming in. Of course, it's going to be your all-time favorite Alter Ego, especially Rosemary coming back into the game. But we do have, I actually went through, Cloud, for the teams coming up from Group B this week. How many were there when it comes to the teams that didn't make it through the first Super Sunday? So far, I found out around 2 or 3 when it comes to B Group. SEA, one of them. And also we have, I'm looking left and right here, looking at the stats here. And also, who was it again? OT Sport made it through. From Group B, we have Alter Ego, BIGETRON, OT Esport, TODAK, FAZE Clan, SEA, Team Secret, VOIN. So Group B, there's only 2 of them. TODAK and also as well as SEA didn't make it through for week number 1.
Yeah, so that is some of the updated numbers, or not really numbers, but updated facts there. So that also means that TODAK as well as SERXIA must do the business this week because they cannot miss out on another super weekend, right? But in case you guys need a summary of the grouping, this will be it. So Group A, they are all taking a break today. Group B, Choo mentioned about them. And Group C, RRQ, Crit VIP, Team PANDUM, Vampire Esports, MORPH, the Infinity, GEEK Fam, as well as Roy will be playing today. And they will be playing their last 6 games. So teams at the very end from Group C, looking at you like the Infinity, PEA, GEEK Fam, they have to do it today.
Yeah, when it comes to the teams from Group C that didn't make it through, of course, Crit VIP will be one of them. They got themselves quite a difficult run throughout the half of week number 1, so hopefully they can make it up when it comes to week 2. But in case you guys just missed us last week, we're just gonna recap about the stage format. We are down to the group stage. We're on Thursday. It's gonna be Group B versus C. The bottom 16 will have to fight against Last Chance on Saturday, and the top 8 will go straight for this group stage. Top 8 goes straight to a Super Sunday, and we have another 8 teams during our Last Chance stage on Saturday.
Yeah, and this will be the same format for the entire group stages, ladies and gentlemen. But we're going to have a look at some of the best moments here from yesterday. So these highlights are featuring Team PANDUM as well as TALON. And Team PANDUM, what a day they had yesterday. They scored 2 chicken dinners, and it is a significant improvement as compared to last week for Team PANDUM.
Yeah, I think TALON scored double chicken as well. Yeah, so that is going to be the 2 team with the double chicken. Yesterday, quite a dominance they're showing over by PANDUM. I think they definitely learned from their week 1 mistake when they had the push a bit too last minute. Now they're having it a great momentum. We mentioned about this yesterday, Cloud. The teams that are already finished off their run by 50s yesterday gonna have quite an easy comfort into the Super Sunday as long as they keep the points up around 30, 35 or so.
Yeah, if on a logical above average, then 41 and above would be a very good number for day 1, of course. I would still say that teams might be aiming for the 80 and above. That seems to be still the golden number from last year's data and also last season's data, and also the week 1 data. But also to look at the overall rankings as of now. So the top teams here who have collected more than 50 points, we got 5 of them, 4 of them. The Xavier, Team PANDUM, TALON, as well as Alliance. And Alliance, who missed out on the first week Super Sunday, will also need to make sure they qualify.
Yeah, when it comes to the last call, this is going to be go time for them. I have to apologize first if you guys listening thunders. It's going to be raining cats and dogs. Hopefully I can stay online for quite a long time. Well, when it comes to the second page, this is quite concerning because the Infinity week number 1, they did not make it through. PEA as well. Now they are at the very bottom. This might be their last run here today.
Yeah, PA, Infinity, GEEK Fam, they are below 20 points. And also we have a surprise team here, Boom Esports there as well. But then again, Boom Esports, of course, they are still taking a break. So they have a chance to look at other teams and replan themselves on what's going to happen on tomorrow. But we're going to compare some of the stats here between Team PANDUM and Vampire Esports.
Yeah, but Team PANDUM, I have to say their rise made such a turn when it comes to the last match. Well, Vampire is also having their rise when it comes to week number 2 here, especially after we definitely cannot forget about Nuzi plays before. And then Tony K, as per usual, he always going to perform every single map. And speaking of Tony K, what else can he offer here today?
Yeah, Tony K was superb yesterday. Just look at this, right? Top 4 solo carry. Wow, this is a new stat here. So points claimed as the last player alive for the team. Interesting stats here, production. So Tony K with 0.7 average solo points. No surprise. I mean, his Erangel run, that second Erangel before that break, man, it was superb. And that shot up his stats above Maxius, Parajin, and Razy.
Yep, and remember the number that the most getting out of a solo player so far across this season, it was 10, and it was taken by Tony K. Can he actually have more by end of today? Starting off our day with our usual Sanhok, and then heading over to triple Erangel and double Miramar, and check your time zone. It's going to be plus a 7 here. Readjust your schedule because we have 3 maps before we're heading into a break. Now after the break, we're going to have the actions back on track with another Erangel.
Yeah, so it's going to be same in terms of the scheduling. You guys should be familiar with it by now, as we're going to only play one Sanhok. And so far, Sanhoks have been merciless to these teams. So with the inclusion again of Alter Ego, they're surely going to take back their Camp Alpha area. Yesterday it was taken by teams like Sem9 and other teams around that area. So that would also mean like the teams who would be thinking of occupying Camp Alpha, they will need to change their mind and move to somewhere else. Now, where will it be? We don't know. Because one thing, we don't play that many Sanhoks, and every time we see a Sanhok, it's always a new set of teams.
Yeah, and speaking of Sanhok, don't forget about if we happen to have some water area again, thanks to Side of Empires, they opened up a new matter coming in when it was in Erangel. I don't know if it's applicable the same when it comes to the baggage strat in Sanhok, but it comprises all 3 islands again. There's a high chance we're going to have the buggy plays and a bit of Aquaman in action. But when it comes to our teams to focus it today, for me, I have to give the credit to us of Empires because how well performed of them yesterday. But TODAK and XERXIA, this is going to be also their go time because I do know 3 teams coming up from Group C, the Infinity and TODAK as well as XERXIA. These are the teams that didn't make it through for week 1.
Yeah, as for me, well, I'm starting to lose track right now which team I haven't picked. There's so many teams by now. But I went for RRQ, Infinity, and Team Secret just to like kind of like spice things up a little bit. Infinity, obviously they're last place right now. The points ain't much. So looking forward to see if they can do a comeback today. So they're in my prediction there. And we're going to begin this round here very, very soon as we look through such players that will be playing. We'll be interested to see what sort of lineups that some of the teams that like to change players. Hopefully we get to pan over to the players in a bit.
Yep, when it comes to the starters lineup, we definitely gonna see I think most of the teams will actually deploy their best players there when it comes to the second day, especially coming up from Group C. This is gonna be their last day performing here, and this is gonna be the last chance to push their numbers up. So they definitely will try to put all the big guns early on. I don't see any swap coming out from Vampires. Of course, it's gonna be the same players so far, but I don't see Nosy, I think.
Okay. The camera panned away, but hopefully we get the clear answer later inside of the game. As for Crit VIP, they're remaining with the same lineup. BTR is a team that likes to change their lineup. So camera zooming out, I see Gen Force, I see Hans Chill. Okay, so it looks like they're going to stick with Academy players, but let's go.
We're back into Sanhok as the starting day of our day number 2, week 2. One more day to go. We're done with our group stage again, and tomorrow that will be Friday, where we only have A versus B left. But so far, this is going to be the last round for Group C. So I expect a lot of actions coming up from RRQ, Team PANDUM, GEEK Fam, Creed VIP, Vampire Esports, The Infinity, Roy Esports, and MORPH team. So especially The Infinity, Creed VIP, and who else? One more, just TODAK, of course. And they cannot afford to actually lose this another week at number 2, Super Sunday.
Yeah, so all eyes will be on to them as they have 6 more games to go for some of those, that is. Some of them, of course, they'll be starting the campaign here today. Now, first circle. While we wait that, looking over at the potential clashes, some slight overlap around Painan, but I don't think it's a direct overlap, so we don't expect to see. I would expect to see any fights happening there. On the right, it's going to be clear. Nobody's going to challenge Creed VIP. They're going to get the Kampong Docks area for themselves, and TODAK is the closest around the area of Kuwari, and that's about it. Probably going to see GEEK Fam occupy Camp Charlie again, their regular drop spot. And speaking about regular, pretty regular circle.
Yeah, probably we're going to end it up on top of Quarry if it's based right on the center. And XERXIA actually take and book Quarry right off the bat. RRQ, they're definitely going to expand their ground when it comes to getting the center of the circle for now. But how they can actually control the circle is a different story, because it's all about defense, defense, and defense for them. And also, I have to get myself corrected just now. Group C, the one that actually didn't make it through for for week 1 Super Sunday, the 3 teams, it's going to be Team PANDUM, Infinity, as well as Creed VIP. But I don't think it's a problem for Team PANDUM right now with what they showed us yesterday with this kind of momentum. And we had a bit of Jabranki interview before. I think they're more than happy and quite comfortable and definitely confident enough to get themselves in this week's Super Sunday.
Yeah, significant improvement by them and also some other teams as well, namely like Alliance, who's not playing today, by the way. So that would also mean that if these teams continue on their momentum, they do well, they qualify directly into Super Sunday, we are definitely going to see a new team not making it into Super Sunday, meaning that that team could have played in week 1, but will not play in week 2. That's how the trade-off is. So teams will be sweating right now not to be that team.
Speaking of the other team, O2 Esports, I mean, they finally made it through their Super Sunday last week, but this is going to be also the team, despite they have their run in their first week Super Sunday, they got the least amount of points when it comes to week number 1. So they cannot afford to lose this Super Sunday as well. For the teams that are already on top when it comes to their overall league points for their grand finals, I think it's not going to be a problem for them, especially in the top 3. It's okay for them to not make it 1 Super Sunday. It's still forgivable. But for the teams at the very bottom, we mentioned about this yesterday, Cloud, like O2 Esports, even BTR and Boom, they cannot also drop this Super Sunday.
Yeah. So as of now, if we talk about O2, it's their first day. But we already got action here between the BTR and Team Secret. So a trade-off between the two, and Team Secret seems to be losing this fight with Brick, the only man left for Team Secret, and he will leave this high ground to the hands of BTR. Perfect start for BTR. No one went out.
Just what they needed here for BTR. But fortunate enough for BTR, today is their first day, their debut for week number 2. So it's pretty okay for them, and it seems like a very different start based on compared to last week. But for XERXIA, we just mentioned they cannot afford to lose any points starting off today, even though they are in the same group as BTR. But at least it's just one player compared to Team Secret right now, who left with one player that still survived.
Yeah, and unfortunately he needs to play for some points now. But look at the elimination feed. 0-2 in action against RRQ. Nepeko just got eliminated by Fredo. So 0-2 scores their first point in week number 2. Next, XERXIA, FaZe Clan. Unless FaZe Clan gets a knock onto XERXIA, then maybe they will rush in. But if not, then I guess they'll be pretty okay up here on this high ground anyway.
We have Malavin Torres on the moment for their lineup. This time, FaZe Clan You don't see the best of them. I do remember, I think the best performance, their prime time for FaZe Clan was during the PMCO season. That's just how long they have been quiet right now. That's going to be around 5 to entering 6 years. But just to recap how BTR almost wiped out the entire crew of Team Secret just now. They got surprised during their transition right on top of that hill.
Yeah, tried to go up to the high ground just to be surprised by their opponents from BTR. So BTR, obviously, they wouldn't be complaining about that. I mean, today is their first day, so to start off well, it's always good for BTR. BTR, historically, has always been that team that takes a while to warm up. So if they are somehow able to fix that from the start, they might be able to bring back the prime time that they used to have back in the day.
I agree. When it comes to this season, you compare with day number 1, week 1, it took them quite a bit, like around halfway through the day that they finally made some progress. But it's quite a difference if you compare last week and this week. Starting off the bat in Sanhok, it seems like they're a bit more confident and have fixed. Maybe they revised what needed to be fixed anyways behind the scene. After they're done with their week 1, definitely have some improvement for their start in week 2 here.
Yeah, whatever they did, it worked. It's working out for them so far. Even though if they feel academy players, it's still not too bad of a performance, I must say. But now, I wonder what's happening to the member of Roy, but not eliminated yet. It could be a long-range knock, so the revive could kick in anytime soon. Yeah, there you go. So Roy back as a 4. They're currently at 36 points, and if the goal is to get 40 points with the remaining games today, it's still realistic for Roy.
Roy definitely have a huge jump if you compare it with last season. One of the most progressed team across the entirety of the league here, as well as Team Secret. I have to say, for the Vietnam region, they definitely worked things out. Things have been very different this season compared to the last one. But it's all about the circle. No matter how good you are when it comes to individual skills and how you shoot, can they adapt themselves in the next circle? The circle moved away. Feels like a very familiar circle here, Cloud. You might have one South Paradise Resort circle once more, just on the outskirts of boot camp.
And this is where Xavier would have wished they were playing, since they normally drop in Paradise Resort and they would love this kind of circle. But instead, Team PANDUM is one at Paradise Resort, and circle does favor them, especially when majority of teams are on the south side of the circle. Team PANDUM on the north only has like what the closest one is the Infinity. For now, that's it. So it's going to be a good circle, I would say, for Team PANDUM that's currently performing. But Lapa, not so good for him, but good for Nuzi.
Tony K. Vampires managed to catch BTR while they are transitioning and losing one members along the process. And FaZe Clan, 2 teams eyeing out to a side of BTR, who got himself enclosed into the compound nearby, which is going to be a couple of houses for them. Very small houses indeed, but they have enough land. As long as they got themselves smoked, there's also a fog there for them to actually exit out if they were to rush for the side of FaZe Clan. But question is, can they evade 2 teams at the same time?
Yeah, so this is where teams will really start to get together, right? So it could be more than those 2 teams around the area too. So the longer they wait, the more they come. Just like how MORPH right now passes by. Oh, Break is so lucky that they did not stop. No good reason for them to truly stop at Break's side anyway. If they were to stop, they might as well stop on the other side, the opposite side, because that's where the circle is. But that also means that now, if Break needs to go across, when Break needs to go across, he might need to face up with with MORPH.
Yeah, I think it's going to take his own sweet time. It's still stage number 2 and the circle not too far off. So maybe after the hitting almost close enough, 30 more seconds to stage number 3, that's where he starts to calculate about his route towards inside of Pine Nun. But maybe he will take a longer rotation, but it's going to be difficult for him to be on foot. But lucky enough, this is a small map. So still within reach, not the fastest, but probably going to be the safest for him to be on foot. And I just hope Hazel is not too curious enough to have a glimpse at the back. Then Break probably going to be having some problems.
Yeah, and plus we still have 16 teams, right? So if it goes out anytime soon, that means it's going to be 0 points for Team Secret. So he's very, very careful now on how he's going to navigate across. We'll probably check back on him in a little bit more once the blue is onto him and he's forced to move perhaps. But for now, everyone else, thought of from the right side. And I was also thinking about the movement from the last time we saw the map. Not many teams on the right as well. So TODAK should have a good clear area to at least start off with for now. But of course, we still don't get many eliminations. Hence, stage 3, that is where the stage will be real havoc.
Yep. 16 teams still intact. Team Secret down to 1 player, but he lasted long enough to survive here. Circle will shrink. Will be South Paradise Resort. High chance it will be, or will be Bootcamp entirely. Now the circle just shift all the way south. Between the fork of Painan, Bootcamp and Quarry. That's a tricky place to play, and Vampires already parked themselves in the center there. There's going to be some houses, some compounds around the fork area. It's going to be one of the golden plays for them. Or like how you want to play high grounds, probably FaZe Clan already got it as well.
At least the circle is fair. So earlier on, it was like a lot of teams on the south coming up, and at least this time the circle hard shifts down to where majority of the teams are at. If the hard shifts up north, then it's going to be very, very difficult for them. So good for teams in the middle now, BTR, FaZe Clan, XERXIA. So at least they have these prime locations to be at for now. But I'll be interested to see what happens on the right now. So that would include Crit VIP and also O2.
O2 eSports. I feel like Crit VIP and O2 eSports have been colliding quite a number of times across all the maps that we've seen before since last week. But it's going to be Bum this time, taking a position. Crit VIP going in triangle mode to try to scout for any sort of information. They know exactly there's somebody there. They heard those warning shots before. But this is unprecedented. It's going to be Infinity surprising Crit VIP from the back. O2 and Infinity will try to snatch every point possible as Crit VIP taken out one by surprise.
Well, let's see what our boy can come up with right now. Still well and healthy. DBS and M4. Good combination. And Infinity comes by. Oh, all 3 angles. No way he's going to be able to survive that. And that means now the Infinity has joined in on the party as well. Amongst O2, who is on the other end as well. One of the players from the Infinity currently knocked down. And now Jumper fires down to the Infinity. Knocking down Gotuni. Leaving Tiger by himself.
O2 eSports also bit themselves a bit much longer than they got shot down by Infinity. It feels like Infinity also having heavy casualty here. Tiger X and Tony K left remaining on the lineup. 3 teams seems to be struggled by the blue as the 3 teams happen to be engaging in that fight in an instant, and down to only last play for O2 eSports. Same goes for the side of Crit VIP now. Infinity, they will try to salvage what they have left. Damage control for their side. And it's down to 2 players. And the solos, good luck fighting the blue zone right now.
Yeah, lucky enough for the Infinity. He managed to get away. Smoked out vehicle by Tiger. It's okay. He seems to be able to slide into the circle. But can't say the same for Tony K. Knocked down by Dimsy from Team PANDUM. And RRQ is around the corner. Okay, this could be a backstab here by Snake. And here we go. Tiger looks like he needs to prepare to move away from the blue. From rock to rock. But now he not only needs to move past a rock, he has to go past the hill with other teams. It's like a full package now. The circle went away from him. GEEK Fam in the middle of the circle. And they have a decent spot. Same goes for Vampire Esports. Now Achul from Team PANDUM behind the shack. And his position is known. So right now, he needs to fend for himself. His other teammates is actually on the other side, and he's closer to the blue. And when the blue closes, then he will be one of the earlier ones to receive the wrath of the blue. But his teammates managed to help him up by knocking down Potato. Potato can still be revived though, and Vexy is on it. Right now, Zeta from the lower ground. Yeah, starting to scout out his next position. But we move over to Alter Ego and MORPH. Let's go.
Rosemary trying to turn around the corner. There's Brillo himself coming in through the window. It's going to be a clean one by Alter Ego alongside with Alva, but it's not done deal yet. They have to reset. MORPH closing in very, very soon. And the rest of Team MORPH definitely not happy about this with their 2 members down. But next is going to be back to the survivability of Infinity. They cannot afford to go down early this one.
Yeah, not at all. I mean, if they go out now, they only get 5 points. That would sound pretty decent, but because they have played yesterday and they are at the last place, so 5 points would not be enough for them. They need a lot more than that. But anyway, we will follow up on that in a bit more as the elimination feed starts to roll again. Sata eliminated by Tony K. So multiple fights happening around, including Alter Ego and MORPH continuing.
But it's not going to be over yet. We have another one. Cleon just clutched dead by himself. 1 HP. I think it just... We definitely need a replay on that. I think it was a 1v4 perhaps. In the case of Roy. Because there's also Vampires taking some bit of the eliminations from the outsides too. So he got helped by multiple teams on the side of Cleon just now. But for Pandum, it's going to be 2v4 of FaZe Clan. But Miller is a bit too far. But he tried to cover fire, but been discovered by Jabranki. Unfortunately, Bluezing hit it in. And Jabranki in trouble. There's no support and cover fire from his back as well.
Well, Onzen's starting to move into the circle, so he should be fine for now. And it looks like the northern side might get a bit crowded here with Team Pandum also potentially able to creep up onto these teams. Now, MORPH just went out at number 13 without any elimination points. But look at the amount of teams up north there. Wow, it's so colorful. Even Tiger X as well as another player from VOIN Donkey. They are still spending time in the blue.
And they love the Blues so much. They're way deep in the north. But also when it comes to the compound, I think like GEEK fan definitely got it. I'm surprised Vampire giving it away towards GEEK fan because they were there before. But it's going to be 1v1. It's going to be the Battle of O'Brien. And Razak managed to score that one against Infinity. But is it going to be worth it? Now he has to go such a long way into the safe zone. And there's still going to be a couple of teams waiting the moment he got himself into the safe zone as well out of the blue. BTR versus FaZe Clan. Next.
Go, Mela comes in, but Mela gets knocked thanks to GenForce. And GenForce is going to be the last man standing. He does have 2 first aids, so he will use one on them to heal up. Now Snape will pressure up in the blue at the same time. XERXIA is around him. Snape, can you pull off a clutch here? He gets one more to go. RNJ is on the left side, but can stay heal up in time. Snape will be taken out by RNJ at the end of the day with a DBS.
There's going to be a third party coming in, which can be GEEK fam. Damru getting the shots from afar, taking advantage of his current position and trying to just steal as a third party. But for Fnatic, Bluezone is going to be the biggest issue here for RRQ. They have to slowly rush to a side of TODAK. Leon, who managed to save by the other teams and managed to actually survive after that rush from the other teams just now. But Fnatic is slowly closing in. There's a couple of structures in between, including those rock. They will take covers from it while advancing forward, but will Damn Root again try to third party into this fight between RRQ and TODAK?
Oh, wow. It's actually Lynx that got no mercy. Oh, Lynx is on the other building. Okay, no wonder he got a different angle. So, one more, which is Fnatic. They currently have the circle, but very unlikely they will get the circle in stage number 6. VOIN Donkeys, number 8 with 1 elimination point. As we check out the next phase of the circle, GEEK fam gets the circle.
Yep, I don't know why Vampire really they had that before. But GEEK fam, they know it well as well, so they take their own time here to just stay in the center and can see a lot of fights around the fork area of that junction as well. But for TODAK, 9 will have to try to cover fire, while Lynx probably try to revive his teammate Cleon, who's bleeding out right now. He probably will not be left to dry, but Alter Ego did not realize Break, such a sneaky guy, sneaking his way all this time.
Wow, he's still alive after so long, man. Gotta give it to him. But now 9, can we give it to him the fact that he can pull off a clutch? But the answer is no, as Octa will end the life of 9. Now Break is still behind though. Okay, but here we go. Lynx is going to pull off a big clutch here against Alter Ego in the blue.
Quite difficult with his positions too, unless he got some troubles, which he has none except for that stun grenade, and that's just it. Now he might spot out a couple of players of Alter Ego. All he has in his mind right now, if I can score another one, but unfortunately, you cannot just underestimate the eyes of Alter Ego players. But also, GEEK Fam managed to steal away, but Vampires start to challenge on GEEK Fam. Yeah, Vampires, they're taking two teams at the same time, RIQ and GEEK Fam.
And this is time for GEEK Fam to defend because teams will come onto them potentially at the same time. One of them is going to be Vampire Esports from the top or from the northern side of the circle. Okay, they have somewhat arrived into the same compound of GEEK Fam. Now it's defensive time for GEEK Fam. As for the other teams, they're still being chilling, waiting for the next phase of the circle, and this compound is still as valuable.
Vampires coming in from the back side, the back door where GEEK Fam left empty that building just now. And now Rosemary seems to be a bit busy with Team Secret. That's going to be last player break finally being finished off, stolen away by GEEK Fam. Damroot again. And Damroot, he's got himself 2 eliminations. Total 7 here across the board for Sonix. Also, he's got himself a 3. So the entire crew of GEEK Fam seems to be very productive here today. Trying to steal away a couple of points from inside of this compound for such a long time. But Mika, he wants to make sure they are safe for their compound here as well. And the same goes for Audrey. Following up from behind, they got one member of Vampires down. It's going to be around the corners only.
Oh, there you go. Mika comes in, gets one knock. Okay, now Mika will need to defend, but he has his teammates together with him. Damroot who come in together with Mika, and they defended that ground against Vampire Esports.
What a play, what a strong start coming from GEEK Fam here today. And they're not stopping, they're not showing any sign of slowing down either. Straight away responding to his Alter Ego, just came into the circle. And they got the circle for Alter Ego. Unfortunately, GEEK Fam, they will have to thank the Blues, and which they cannot afford to do so. 30 more seconds to go. GEEK Fam have to force this fight now.
Oh man. Time's on their side, 25 seconds before the zone completely closes. Alter Ego, they're ready for this. Octa being shot at, but he's able to find his ways to kill up. Mika will be knocked down. Damroot punishes, hunts for you. Audrey knocked as well, now leaving only GEEK Fam with 2 players left, including Damroot, as well as Sonix, who's playing this round. And the nade sent across by Octa will knock down Damroot.
Make it into 1v2 right now, Alter Ego. They don't have the numbers for GEEK Fam. They had it before, but the Blues and just force it so much. It's down to Sonix to make a comeback, but it's not. Double digit for this 2 team, and Alter Ego managed to close the first Sanhok in week 2.
Yeah, when the circle went towards Alter Ego, it was pretty much wrapped by then. If the circle went to GEEK Fam, then maybe it could have been GEEK Fam's chicken dinner. Just because of that road, the space between the 2 teams, it was very circle dependent at the end of the day, and it was given to Alter Ego. They scored the chicken dinner in their first game for week number 2.
The team that just entered in from Group B, Alter Ego, starting their day 1 of week 2 super strong with double-digit eliminations as well. 11 at that. I think no Rosemary, also no problem here, despite his being eliminated early thanks to Octa making so much work and so much elimination, and alongside with Alva. I think every single one of Alter Ego, they can actually push themselves with or without Rosemary now.
Yeah, this is the balance that they managed to find in this round, right? Not depending on one player, everyone else can step up. And the one that stepped up the most this round is Octa, who came with 5 eliminations, 505 damage, 123 damage received, 38% team contribution, and a survival time of 21 minutes and 31 seconds. So Octa is a man of match number 1.
Not just that, when it comes to the full squad that survived, Infinity did actually survive quite a long time without their full squad time, 12 minutes and 30 seconds. And Infinity slowly try to push their numbers up, but GEEK Fam from the bottom. When it comes to day number 2, they are coming back. Let's rewatch the highlight from you. One of our favorite teams out there, Alter Ego Chicken Dinner.
Well, who says Alter Ego can only perform with the Camp Alpha Circle? Looks like they're proving that statement wrong by winning, even though the circle is on the main peninsula. 21 points collected by Alter Ego, but GEEK fam, this is the performance that they need to continue on. 18 points by GEEK fam this time, and Vampire Esports 11 points.
And for Vampire, despite it's not flashy plays and double-digit eliminations, that you have to give respect. They are quite consistent here when it comes to week number 2, because we've seen their best and we've seen their worst ever. And it's going to be week number 2 that seems like their best for now when it comes to the entirety of the league. Infinity, on the other hand, no placement points, no problem. Same goes for BTR. They're aiming for those eliminations, except for Team Secret, thanks to Break. At least they got himself 4 placement points.
Ooh, but on page number 2, MORPH is the only team to not get any points at all. So 0 points for MORPH. Everyone at least got something out of this round, but something might not be enough for some of these teams. Looking at Crit VIP as well in the mix with only 1 point. So they could use a good amount of points still to try to maintain their pace. And here's our overall rankings. Team PANDUM is officially now number 1.
Yep, at 58 points, only 1 point different, but unfortunately these Xaviers will not be playing here today, so we don't expect these Xaviers will push anytime soon, because it's B versus C here today for the grouping. But when it comes to Crit VIP, I mean, if I'm in the coaching staff of Crit VIP, I'm definitely going to be sweating my pants here right now, because they didn't make it through when it comes to the first week of Sunday. They have to make do, and they have to work things out, including Infinity and MORPH push down to second page as well. That's going to be a tough climb.
Yeah, with a total point of 24. You definitely need to work out something there. Boom Esports, they're not playing today, so they can't change their fate. So expect their numbers to continue to go down until they come back tomorrow. But our top 4 fraggers here. GEEK fam scored the most eliminations with 12, followed by Alter Ego 11, and then we go down to a single digit. The Infinity, no placement points at all for them. They relied on the 7 eliminations to collect points in the previous round, and we do have Vampire Esports here as well with 6 eliminations.
Yeah, for Vampire, still balancing for their placement points as well as their eliminations. So I say they have a very good momentum compared to week 1 here. But we're going to recap for you guys. First, Sanhok taken over by Alter Ego, who has got the first Erangel. Now, so far, we did conclude our talk previously, Cloud. Erangel, we expect a lot of Indonesian teams try to take the chicken away, even get themselves those double-digit eliminations. Compared to Miramar, that's where we can see the rise of the ties. But for the Vietnam team, they pretty much can balance both.
Yeah, so far so good for some of these teams, but of course I would say that a lot more eyes will be on teams from Group C, since they have 5 more games to go. So teams like Infinity, yeah, will need to work out a lot more, right? And we were to look at over the charts. Okay,
Crit VIP.
Crit VIP, GEEK fam, at least they did okay. MORPH. Yeah, MORPH. RRQ also is in the non-direct qualifier list for now.
But for RRQ, I wouldn't worry too much for them. Their week 1 Super Sunday was incredible. They got themselves number 1 the overall across the week 1 Super Sunday here so far. So it's pretty okay if they drop 1 Super Sunday, but best case scenario, not to drop any Super Sunday. But we talked about this yesterday, the teams that really need to make it through. First, it's going to be the team that didn't make any Super Sundays yet. And second, it's going to be the team at the very bottom, which include BTR. Now, BTR, at least today is their first day.
Yeah, so BTR, first day, tons of games more to go. But absolutely agree, of course, the top priority highlight will be teams that did not make it onto last week. That is the way number 1 up there that we need to keep an eye on too. So who are the other teams here? Group C. So yeah, Vampire made it, Roy made it. Yeah, so we do have a good amount of teams from Group C who actually made it onto last week. Only a handful of them, like Infinity, like Crit VIP. So yeah, I guess these are. I would say Infinity definitely is like now the top one to watch whether they can actually make that great escape or not.
Infinity and Crit VIP, these two teams. I mean, like, Infinity gonna be at the worst condition across the board when it comes to week number 2 right now. They are one of the only two teams in the second page, despite they had 7 maps before. So definitely in critical zone right now. And not just that, for me, like, I do want to consider, is it 100% must for Roy to get into this Super Sunday? Because their last Super Sunday points were not that great either. I mean, they are in the 20s, but not the best.
I guess I would say yes. And you know why? Because right now, as of now that is, there are a few teams that did not make it onto last week's Super Sunday, seems to be doing well, like Alliance, so far doing well, Team PANDUM as well. So if they go up and then let's say they do well on this Super Sunday, then it's going to be really, really scary for some of the Super Sunday bottom teams. Okay, we're already starting to see a swap here. So MORPH, they make a swap for the upcoming matches at Erangel. But yeah, I guess my theory is that, yeah, so those bottom teams from last week's Super Sunday will still need to try to get into this Super Sunday, because I'm sure there will be new teams.
True. That's going to be probably starting from 12th place, 16th place. And I love to see that MORPH trying to line up with Jaws. They are actually letting him play more than week number 1. We get to see more Jaws here from the side of MORPH. Actually swap with Duel. Gotta have to wait and see, will Erangel make it okay for MORPH, or will it be not really great? Let's jump into our Erangel map.
And we're gonna get a northern start of the flight path. I do notice Zaki gonna pass by the Gaka Mountain all the way down south. It should end around the area of military base. Yeah, there you go. A very left-sided sort of a flight path. So teams who like to drop at the right will need to travel a fair bit. But it's also nice to see the stats here. Erangel average points so far. Okay, RRQ, Vampire Esports, GEEK is the top 3. Anyone that is currently at the bottom, I guess not really though. Those names up there on the top 3, or at least the first page, is really not too bad, especially after GEEK Fam scored like a second place finish early on, so they're okay-ish now.
For me personally, I just keep my eyes on to the side of Infinity. This is gonna be go time for them. There's no turning back, there's no more reverse, there's no more room for any error at all. Not even a tiny bit. They cannot even afford to lose any run of map here, because they are in Group C. So they're only down to 5 more maps, including this one. If they don't utilize every single map there is now, that smells trouble for them.
Well, if we want to look at the bright side, so I'm actually kind of thinking about this, right? Whatever it is, at this stage, they still have last chance qualifiers. And we have seen before teams do very well in the last chance qualifiers. All of a sudden, they boost themselves up to a direct qualifier into the Super Sunday. So whatever it is for the Infinity, they still have that. But of course, they want to get a comfortable start in the last chance qualifiers. That will be crucial for their campaign too.
Give me jitters just now. We were talking about them, and Infinity got engaged with TODAK. Lucky TODAK didn't actually commit to it. But I agree. I love the fact that this format have that last chance stage, and giving them a bit of light at the end of the tunnel for the team to make it through. But oh my god, they're still losing members for Infinity. The moment we talked about them cannot afford to make any room of Vera, and Danny came in to just live by. Lucky that Cleon needs some reload just now, but they will lose one of their member, and I think that's going to be one of their core players to Tiger X. If I'm not mistaken, Tiger X is the IGL. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Well, we will need to do a little bit of digging to find that out. But what we are sure is that the Infinity, they will start off with 3 players. Unfortunately, that is. TODAK Are they going to continue to pursue? I guess the answer is no. So they'll be pretty happy to pick up the first blood and let the others go for now and probably see them in the final circle.
For TODAK, yeah, they are desperate, but we can see that how desperate they are. They definitely make some actions happen here because they are one of the teams that didn't make it through for the first Super Sunday, but at least they are in Group B, so they have another day tomorrow. But for Infinity, now there's another factor that popped into my mind just now. This week, these 2 weeks specifically, we don't have any break in between, and even if the Infinity can play last chance stage, that's going to be super exhausting for them. We do know they do have some off days in between, not like us. They have at least one off day for the teams that's not playing here tomorrow, which is going to be Group C, and maybe have one more off days if they don't get into Super Sunday or they didn't have to play the last chance stage. But is it going to be stamina into the factor for the teams that start to dwindle down with their performance?
Well, we talk about stamina, right? It's not like last week they had an explosive week. So I guess to me, based on that, it's going to be more than just stamina. And it's not like the first season that the Infinity struggles. They have been struggling for quite a bit now. So I would say that it's more than just the no break or the stamina for this tournament.
I don't know if Infinity need an overhaul of their lineup or just really need something else entirely, because it's been how many seasons now? I think the entire year we don't see any plays from Infinity. And we do see a lot of plays by Tony K. Not Tony K, Tony K, Infinity Tony K. But it just feels like the follow-up sometimes a bit off. Sometimes, usually the case for Infinity, they're always caught off guard, just like how we saw early on. I don't know what went wrong, but that's definitely going to be a lot of homework for them to do.
Yeah. They've tried to make changes with the lineup. They have done various things, I must say, throughout the many seasons that we have seen them, but it's still as such. But for FaZe Clan, looks like it's as such that they managed to score the elimination point against Hazel from MORPH, but the other members of MORPH, they're alerted and now they're trying to seek revenge.
A bit of trade-off between MORPH and FaZe Clan. It's going to be a 2v3 and 3v3 in both cases here. Pretty low himself for Venturas. That's going to be the DBS at play, but back at you. Venturas managed to clutch one out with a shotgun despite he's almost got himself the death blow by the side of MORPH. Now Jaws, he just got swapped in. Can actually do some plays, but don't forget we do have Creed VIP lurking by.
So everyone's monitoring the situation now. Maybe if the elimination feed goes wild, it will come in as a third party. So Creed VIP, Putras up on the hill, he's still around that area. But it's now a stalemate between FaZe Clan and also MORPH. So I guess Putra will still be the one monitoring the situation. But now his position's been compromised. Ventura saw him, so he'll retreat back. It's not going to be worthwhile for
VIP. This is going to be golden opportunity miss if they don't want to be part of this as a third party. But for MORPH, squared down to 2 players there. Ventura's guarding over the other entry. Their backside also covered by FaZe Clan members. How to get out? They've been cornered down for more. Flippy going out the window. No one's just trying to find anybody in the small shack. Nobody's there. He spotted out Flippy. Now here's go time. More fighting back. Jaws with a micro Uzi. It's been a while we've seen micro Uzi, but it seems like FaZe Clan couldn't find them within the smoke. But Ventura's made it happen anyway. But a bit of a reverse by Flippy.
Okay, here we go. The follow-up has to happen after Venturas went in. But Flippy with S12K still defending his ground. Melon knocked down by Audrey for GEEK Fam. So it looks like GEEK Fam wants a piece of this too. As Venturas finished up by Flippy, so the point will still go to MORPH. And Flippy finally goes down. But Audrey backstabbed by Crit VIP.
Unfortunately for Audrey just now, he got the knock but didn't actually translate into one execution point. So GEEK Fam, I don't know how Audrey just left there by himself. Maybe he was scouting and just marking the perimeters and caught himself in an opportunity that he thought at first. But that's going to be GEEK Fam starting us with 3 players and Great VIP. They're just passing by just now. I don't think they want to commit anymore because the rest of FaZe Clan, despite there's only 1 player left, I think they don't want to take the risk for Crit VIP. Too much at stake here for them.
Yeah. So looks like Crit VIP, after kind of knowing that potentially other members of Geek Fam is here, so they're done with that area. At least they would let that one go. And plus, you still have the next stage of the circle, so might as well chill it out for now. Circle, a bit of a hard shift down towards the southeast side, and the team that's in the middle right now is going to be VOIN. Now, Crit VIP also at the circle. The house that we saw early on is also within the circle, so there could still be more teams that might come by.
Speaking of more team moving in the same direction, Geek Fam, Vampires, PANDUM. This might be the collision of 3 teams of the very south. Well, there's going to be thinning off crowd coming up from the west side of the circle. We don't see a lot of them will actually survive when it comes to the next few stages. TODAK being smart, they're taking a bigger, longer rotation all the way into Mansion, which was quite vacant, a clear entry for them. Infinity as well, but BTR seems to be moving in the same direction at where the rest of Infinity at just now. But PANDUM, surprise attack by Vampires, or will he live to see another day?
Well, here we go. Passing by. So it looks like the answer is going to be B. He will live to see another day for now. Vampire not really pursuing just yet, as they're pretty happy with the high ground. But Shrubs is scouting out for a different location with Geek Fam around him. And so far, no triggers pulled onto him. But trigger pulled onto the 2 members of Roy from school, perhaps.
And we do know RRQ always takes school all the time, and RRQ definitely will open fire the moment they saw the smoke being popped out just now. And couple of vehicles, a long shot from Snake, knocked down on car. That's gonna be almost 300 meters short, 200 plus, maybe 240-ish. But Crit VIP scattered out the rest of RRQ. Seems like they are not the only one that loves school these days.
Yeah. So school have been quite popular here in this season's PMSL. I mean, the one that will truly love school is going to be Newsy after his performance the other day. And that's something to remember. As for RRQ, okay, status check, Sniper's knocked. But he's not on that high ground, so it should be quite clear for his teammates to come get him. Yeah, Fnatic should have that time and space, so wouldn't be too worried for now.
Yep, thanks to the structures and compounds and also the high elevations of grounds. So it's going to be no problem, but we're going to have to wait and see. Will Crit VIP also try to commit, because they're still lurking by the corners when we can actually see through that minimap. School, Crit VIP waiting for the right time to knock down on that revived member, but maybe they're just not overcommitting themselves, knowing the fact it's a bit too early. We're still at stage number 2, and there's still 15 teams, so nobody wants to go out and take a bit of a risk here, despite they can actually get some eliminations. But is it going to be worth it? So they are calculating.
Yeah, because there's still a lot of teams left on the battleground. I mean, they don't get to see many eliminations, so that's already a clue that probably other teams are close by. But the circle, a little bit of an update here. The school is still within the circle. They went on to the high ground, and they went on to Potato Hill as well. VOIN Donkey is already there. Looking over at screen, Alter Ego might lose that one player. There you go.
This is a very familiar circle. We've seen this like 2-3 times within the entirety of the league, but a couple of members being knocked down here and there, dropping their players slowly just because the circle shifted away. Vampires might try to get into the Potato Hills as well, since they are on the move and on their ride. VOIN Donkey getting themselves at the top as well. And Alter Ego, they resort to playing on the outskirts of Pachiki. Vampires trying to take fights on Alter Ego too. Seems like Alter Ego players broken their formation, quite scattered and spreading out thin, all meant for themselves. Maybe that's the case. And the format strategy for Alter Ego, they are losing members one by one. We only have one left.
Yeah, and Rosemary will need to survive it for Alter Ego. Immediately leaves the high ground area, takes a safer route past these buildings, but none of them is in the circle. So time to refuel and reset and replan where to go. Potentially he might continue to go up north and come back in later. But now we do have some other teams on the outside of the circle as well, including O2 and the Infinity. But the elimination feed is rolling. So Geek Fam, looks like one player currently down. Okay, the Infinity will need to try to hold off O2, who seems to have some interest against the Infinity.
For Damrit, I think he will be revived. It was GEEK from Team Secret knocked him down. But Tony, surprise jumper from the back. What a turn of events here, despite he's trying to play a bit cheeky play by jumper. The rest of O2, where are the cover fires? We're waiting. They are repositioning themselves. Will they just bail this one out? It seems like they are abandoning their members, knowing the fact it's going to be tough for them to revive. But actually, they just reposition. Fredo have a bit of a glimpse on towards his follow member, turning into a box. But Infinity, they have to force the fight anyhow. The blue is here. There's also another team right across them. So it's either pick their backside fight or the one that actually just in front of them.
Time to look at the utilities. Gotuni, okay, he does have a healthy amount of the utilities. But to take that fight in front, myself focus on the getting to the circle because we're going on to stage 4 soon. In about 25 more seconds. And that is where the zone will be painful. Even his utilities, with the utilities that Gotuni has, it might still be difficult for him to survive if he stay any further longer.
For XERXIA, 2 eliminations. They've been playing quite slow, but it seems like working out for them. Playing it a bit safer from the back line. Going slowly from behind, but the circle will be right on top of the potato hills of Pochinki. We're looking at VOIN Donkey overtake this compound. The rest of the teams, good luck hiking up. It's not the most steep of the slopes, but it's definitely steep enough to cover their view from the other side. The curve of the terrain make it so difficult to visualize around the slopes of the hill.
Yeah, and they've been up there for quite a while now. But on the other end of the potato hill, BETR have arrived. I mean, the potato hill is quite wide, so teams can take each corner. But that's a maximum of 2 teams for truce. If a third team comes, then we will definitely see fight at the potato hill. And with how the circle is, I would expect that to happen later.
Is later now. Well, O2 Esports Infinity down to only 3 touch. We talked about they cannot afford to lose early. Will this be at blue zone coming in as well? In the moment he step out from those walls, O2 Esports kit will fight him down. If he got himself a ghillie suit. If Alfredo try to bait him out, I think touch whether to deny his points seems impossible for him to just walk straight to go towards the hill. There's no way out for him.
Yeah, I know, right? I would guess that he plans to deny himself away rather than giving the point to O2, who's also one of the contenders for the slot directly into the Super Sunday. So 3 touch, down to a couple more bandages perhaps, and definitely 1 first aid, and that's going to be it. So I wonder how long more he will be able to last. But it seems like 3 touch don't plan to give away the point.
He's playing alongside with his booster just now with those energy drink bars still maxed out. It's all about time. He's trying to last long enough, waiting for another team to be blown out or be taken out of the equation in this Erangel map. But he's probably going to be the next one to go down here. Infinity. Last first aid used. Blue zone's going to hit them and slowly chew them out. For stage 4. Will not be merciful enough for the blue zone to give it away for the players to run. Roy moving in parallel motion as Pandum, but the moment they go straight and advance, where to go? Every corner there'll be somebody here. Roy, no cover.
Yeah, I know, right? Look at the amount of colors on the minimap. And on screen, okay, that is it for 3 touch. We kind of expected him to deny himself to the blue, not donating his point away, and that's exactly what he did. But now we have TODAK, who just got eliminated by BTR, while Kid is overlooking the situation. But I don't think he has enough information because of the smoke, so I doubt they'll go for it.
2 teams that we mentioned that have to put their 100% here, but TODAK, at least today is their first day, so it's still forgivable. But for the Infinity, oh man, the progress of points not going to be too much for them. 22 points down there. O2 Esports, on the other hand, can they make it through another Super Sunday for their run of week 2 with 2 left of their members? And the circle will shrink even further. I think it's going to be VOIN, of course. And VOIN, all they need to do is to hold their compound as long as they need to, because XERXIA also being taken a bit of a three-way war between PANDUM and Vampires. We might actually add GEEK Fam into the fray down there.
Oh, that is quite a wide spread there by VOIN. Just to cover all angles in the potato here, not allow anyone else to access on either side. But on screen, we do have Team PANDUM now with only Ajo left. And for Team PANDUM, they are by the edge of the circle. Many teams want to access this area, and they will start to fight each other for dominance, for territory.
Oh, Vampires mark their territory, all right. But for Vampires, it's going to GEEK Fam or VOIN Donkey. VOIN Donkey all the way across the other side of a hill, been shooting them from afar. And XERXIA, Mega Earth, the last player stand, seems to be alive due to how busy all the other teams have to fight through the high elevation ground teams, which is going to be VOIN Donkey. BTR taking a Team Secret break as always. Going to be the last player alive or not. Maybe Team Secret still have a couple of members alive down there. But BTR is on the rise. They're getting a crazy amount of eliminations across the board with the most right now.
Ooh. Right now, BTR 5. But XERXIA will end at 4 as they have been eliminated. Halton, the moment drive by, came in. Halton got eliminated. I mean, he got the knock, but he was not able to finish, so Snape will survive.
RQ, they might be the closest contender towards VOIN Donkey here. But due to their noise, the shooting that happened prior to this, definitely given away the position as well. So VOIN Donkey, they know it's going to be tough for them to guard over 360 degrees. But like how you mentioned, they're spreading out quite thin among themselves, try to control over that hill for now. But if all the teams moving at the same time, there's going to be trouble for them to just have their defense up all the time. And also speaking of resources, I don't know how much do they have in their pockets here right now. And Roy also seems to be taking another side of a hill. So for Team Secret, they're going to have some issues with the blue zone while trying to think about how to get into the center of a circle.
Well, the update news for Team PANDUM is that they're starting to gather together, knowing the potential of teams crashing in, like what you said earlier on. So this is where they stick together and fight as a team. But from afar, Satar knocked down Fredo from O2.
Wow.
And that's a signal for BTR to come in to finish off the other members of O2. They saw Kid on the other side.
Something is up for Gen Force. He got himself 5 eliminations. Satar just caught themselves another +1 at 6. Jan Force, he definitely got himself something early today because this is unusual and this is out of the ordinary. Look at how Jan Force just plays. This is going to be his highlight. He's been taking fight after fight. It's just his highlight just now.
I know, right, man? He's on fire right now. Let's see if he can gain more out of this. So far, so good. Now, the other teams as well doing okay. Vampire Esports, 14-5 eliminations, can't complain about that. And they are interested in getting onto the potato hill. So far, on top of the potato hill, we have 3 teams, including BTR, VOIN Donkeys, as well as Roy. And Roy is now fighting against BTR.
And GEEK Fam have last member, never mind 2 of them. Damrut and Mika there is behind everybody else. BDR Gen Force is just no stopping. This guy is going berserk. He got himself 8 eliminations while the others trying to actually do some eliminations or make some work. They've been shot down in an instant. What a clean execution here just now. GEEK Fam and Roy have their eyes to the side of BTR.
Oh.
But we do have the big fight between VOIN Donkey and Vampires. Vampires just arrived. Tony K taking the front line, but Razak shut him down.
Oh, okay, they fight back though. The fight's not over yet. Nuzi now dancing around behind the vehicle. Nuzi will be knocked down. Vampire Esports, Stone has to do it, and Stone became the hero for Vampire Esports. Migdash Schweppes, who also came in on the other side. Woo! Vampire Esports, they took over the potato hill on the left.
And Newsy seems to be knocked down as well, and he is playing in 4 eliminations. I love how Vampires actually do it. 9 right now, but across the eliminations between the players seems to be everyone pulling their own weight. But Gen Force is a different tier entirely. He got himself 9. The most we had before, it was 10. And now he's breaking the numbers and breaking the record possibly for our season best individual in a single map eliminations.
Yeah, he's definitely on the verge of doing that. And BTR is on the roll so far. Okay, GEEK Fam might have something to say about that as they will face up against BTR next. BTR focusing on the circle. And at the same time, the elimination feed rolled with the name of Vampire Esports. Schwab's the knockdown, but they are at least on the other end, so they have some space to heal up.
The irony is that we have the most elimination by the player. Before it was Tony K. Yesterday just made that record and now might be broken by Jan Force in the next day. And Vampire still have a trio. They got themselves 9, just a point different from BTR. FaZe Clan down to 1 player. Well, GEEK Fam do have a trio, but Onzen spotted out Newsy. There's going to be an opening to FaZe Clan. Seems to be the last player to push. I don't know. I don't think so. It's going to be 2 different angles. Not going to be the big swing by Onzen. And FaZe Clan unfortunately plays at 4th. But we do have Vampires getting themselves a double digit here again.
Yeah, and Vampire managed to save Newsy. So 3 players back onto the battleground, and they're still able to rank in more elimination points. Now, potentially up against RRQ next.
Now, Newsy, can you pull another clutch just like how he did in the previous Erangel maps yesterday as well? It's not school, but it's Potato Hills, but we do know they love this map as well. Snape in trouble. This is going to go time for the side of our Vampires, and they will open up the angles into 2 sides, making a triple person and triangle mode on these 3 players of Vampires. Newsy, Stone and Straps. No Tony K, no problem it seems, but BTR also no stopping the match well. But GEEK Fam finally put on hold on that Jan Force berserk run just now.
And Sonics is able to save Damru by winning that fight. Onto the final member of BTR. The Vampire Esports, it's their turn to move now against RRQ. So we have our top 3 teams from different regions. Straps spots up Fnatic, and Fnatic knocked down by Shrubs.
Oh, feels like almost 100% for Vampires. 12 eliminations now. Newsy needs to get a 4 as well. That's enough numbers and body count for him out there. If not, he'll be left out by Stone and Shrubs. But it's all about the team accumulated points here by the end of the day. But Shrubs and also the rest of Vampires giving the pressure towards that rock structure. They know there's 1 player there, but there's nobody there anymore. Give some man, show them some mercy, man. But GEEK Fam down to 2 players. Damn Rude as well as Sonics. Now Sonics open up his flank side, feeding all the information to the side of Damroot, who got himself that 1 rock to take cover. But he's under the pressure of Vampires too. But don't forget about that 1 particular RRQ player.
Yeah, he could be the game changer here. He could be the backstabber for GEEK Fam. And that's No Mercy. Damroot doesn't seem to know that No Mercy is still there. So he could be surprised later. Hopefully that doesn't come back to bite him in the back. No Mercy will be forced to move anyway. We still have stage 8. And at the moment he moves any further forward, then it's going to be GEEK Fam in front of him. By that time, he'll need to decide whether to pull the trigger or not.
Now, the whole coming up from Vampires, because they have no clue how many teams left. They do know there's going to be 3 more players. They assume it's going to be a 3v3. That's why they thought, hey, we have to take things a bit slower, a bit more cautious, because they do have some elevations on that side, and the slope of the hill will cover them as well. So how can they go on the backside? The only way is going on the left and the right, and then 1 person to be in the front and the center just to bait them out. But it's a bit of the too much at risk, because they don't know it's going to be 2 teams, not just 1 team. They didn't know No Mercy might change the game here.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? And No Mercy, he is looking over onto GEEK Fam, past his shoulders. He switched to a UMP. Okay, getting himself ready, because he anticipates that he needs to move. Yep, that's official. Now he needs to move forward. So it's a pick your poison moment. And the best poison right now could be GEEK Fam. And that is where No Mercy can potentially take them out. But yeah, GEEK Fam moved away from No Mercy. So far, too bad for No Mercy, but it's okay.
He might be surprising News and Stone if they're not being careful, because GEEK Fam, that shift was incredibly significant for their position here. But Shrats might want to corner them down as well. They do have some slight advantage when it comes to manpower and Vampires, but they didn't know that. Right now, if Schwabs can feed off the information for the rest of Vampires, that's crucial information for Vampires whether to go in or not. The problem is, I'm surprised nobody tried to just see No Mercy right now. He got himself some curves of the earth, of the terrain, but the blue zone will force him to move. There's only 1 tree and 1 vehicle to barricade himself. but the moment he got himself there, Vampires might actually able to see him.
Yeah, there you go. It's official now. RRQR number 3. So it's between Vampire Esports and GEEK Fam for the chicken dinner. It's looking good for Vampire now. GEEK Fam, damn rude on his knees. Only Sonic's left. It's going to be 1v3 unless Sonic's can pull off the clutch of his life. Vampire Esports, they know where he is. Shrubs will land himself. Shrubs will open fire, and Shrubs should be able to do the job. One last take of health, and it is Vampire Esports who scores the chicken dinner this round.
I think that sums up 15 eliminations across the board for Vampires, plus another 10 for the chicken dinner, and that's 25 in their hands. And what a big round for Vampires. I mean, every single one of them pulled their own weight. It's always going to be Tony K here, but this time it's going to be the whole crew at Vampires actually do their work, and look at how happy Tony can be when they actually pulled it off.
Yeah, he's stretching. He's like, yep, my boys got it in the back, no problem. And now here are the stats. And they scored themselves 15 eliminations in this round, with Schwabs coming up with the most damage. So if he comes up with the most damage, we can have an idea who is going to be the MVP. But everyone pulled their weight, like what you said. So nobody was left behind.
Yep, but when it comes to damage, you have to give it to sort of Shrubs. Possibly he's going to be the MVP. Usually it's going to be the most damage output, and we are right. But if we actually look across the board, the high tier teams, we're talking about Alter Ego, Vampires, the norm is going to be the average of 500 damage over. That's going to be the best golden standard, and Shrubs definitely deliver more with 741 damage, 6 elimination, and it's taking quite a lot too. 4, 5, 6 the damage received.
Yeah, 4, 5, 6 damage received, which is still considerably a lot if you think about it. So he tanked, he can shoot, he can get elimination, so pretty well done here for Shrubs. But other than Vampire Esports, BTR is up here, RRQ as well as GEEK Fam. And although GEEK Fam had a second place finish, but BTR RQ, because they got more eliminations, that's why they're above for GEEK Fam. But I gotta give credit to GEEK Fam because they had a only 7 minute 19 second full squad time. Let's check out the best moments here from our Erangel number 1 today.
Now, it is safe for us to say Group C is one of the most aggressive one when they're coming in here. Starting off our day, we're going to have a lot of double digits. When it comes to week 2, day number 2, Vampire scored a 25 double digit, BTR at 15, another double digit, making a triple with RQ, 10 points of total as well at 3rd place.
Yeah, if you were to put it that way, the top 4 out of the top 4 teams, 3 of them are from Group C. And if you want to slide in FaZe Clan and Roy, and also, yeah, that's about it from Group C. So majority of page 1 teams in this round is given to Group C. So Group C, interesting, fighting for life when teams from Group B, they still have tomorrow anyway. But as we flip over to the next page, Alter Ego and Team Secret, casualties this round without any points.
I'm looking at Alter Ego. I mean, they drop it cool, really cool. If you compare with their last run of Sanhok, they just got themselves a chicken. It's going to be a roller coaster ride for Alter Ego here today. We're going to have to wait and see will they make a comeback for the next round. But so far, when it comes to the overall rankings, Vampires seems to me like they are quite comfortable up there with 76 points. So it's going to be like, what, 20 more points to go. They're 100% getting themselves into Super Sunday.
Yeah. If the golden number is still like 80 and above, then as they are like 4 points away from 80. So Vampire Esports, 4 more games to go. You know, they can start to take this chill pill. But on the following page, okay, where is Infinity? Okay, number 15, and they've collected 22 points. Even after Ego, who played today, only today, they are 1 point behind Infinity already. So that's another bell to ring there for the Infinity.
Oh, I love this. Gem Force with 9 eliminations, 984 damage. While Shrub's got himself 6 eliminations, 741. There's quite a difference there when it comes to the eliminations and team contributions. Definitely heavy towards side of Gem Force. And we've seen 10 elimination with 1,400 before, so there's gonna be some third party coming in from Gen Force, but he played it well and smart.
As long as you get the points, however it is, as long as it works, it's cool. But for top 4 fraggers, okay, Vampire Esports, we all know they are 15. But if we go down the pecking order, BTR scored 11 eliminations, followed by Roy with 6 and RRQ with 5. So looking at the numbers here, this round is very well dominated in terms of eliminations by BTR as well as Vampire. We did see them having a lot of action the entire round, I must say.
And so far, it's going to be the big names or the big guns taking away the chicken dinner when it comes to day number 2. Despite their debut, Alter Ego, and they just drop another one. Didn't score any points in the last Erangel map. It's going to be a Vampire that scored quite a hefty amount of eliminations as well. So I don't see them dropping their performance at all after that newsy clutch on top of school Erangel. And it seems like they're going in with full steam ahead coming up from Vampires. There's no stopping them right now. The momentum is like off the roof.
Yeah, definitely, yeah. And I wonder if they will sub in any of their sub players, right? So on the bench, technically they do have options at some point. So they do have Fluke and maybe even Ravenclaw. So if they are like very, very comfortable, I do wonder if you'll see they are both debuts here in this season's PMSL.
You know, I keep asking Tanny the same question, and he was like, no. So I'm like, nah, we're just gonna drop it. Every single time I miss Ravenclaw though, honestly. But every single time I say, why Ravenclaw not playing? He's not gonna play anymore. He's just gonna be the analyst along his side. So I see he really values Ravenclaw, maybe Fluke in this case, when it comes to the analytical point. So maybe he really needs them to be in the coaching staff now these days. And for Vampires, I mean, like, they're definitely not broken. So as long as they have this lineup, and as long as they have the stamina, of course, then no swap needed. Unless, you know what, probably if one day suddenly one of them don't really feel like they can play today, now that's going to be probably an issue for Vampires.
Yeah, but at least if push comes to shove, then their sub bench is pretty solid as well if needed to play. So yeah, at least they do have a good amount of backup there waiting on the bench, even though you can say that, oh, they're not playing right now, well, because the main lineup is pretty cool. But if like what you say, right, if in any case like maybe one of them not feeling well, can't play, then at least they still have options for them to bring onto the table. But at the current situation, Vampire Esports, they are still remaining with the same lineup, so no changes for them. They're probably on the hunt for those few points, and we'll see how it goes. But for MORPH, they're switching back jaws for Tuyo.
I feel like they're trying to find a synergy. Which one is the better lineup or the more aggressive? I don't know what they're aiming for here today. Whether they want to go for objective, just go straight for the placement points, or they are trying to aim for eliminations instead. So I think they're trying to sync up between these two players. Which one is going to be the better in certain dynamics? But other than them, just now I don't see any swaps coming out from any other team. So for also the team that in the dying of points, Create VIP, will they also try to push themselves up? Because we do know they can when we saw their week number 1.
Yeah, the week number 1, day number 1, that was the kind of performance that they really need to put in again, and also to be consistent with that sort of performance. Let's see if they can do it now. Restart again, Erangel.
Twice SMB circle. Most of the others going to be either slightly center and just like north around Rozhok. Couple of times, I think it was a third circle we have around Pochinki area, or maybe the fourth one. We have abundance of Pochinki outskirts circle, not on top of Pochinki. Hopefully we're never going to get on top of Pochinki. There's going to be a lot of time for us to actually play in that one. Now, which circle you are looking forward for when it comes to this map?
Well, I guess no surprise if I were to say military base. Nothing but military base for me. I'll be like hands down. If I have any choice, whether it's Gaka, whether it's prison, whether it's shooting range, my answer is military base. I'll take the answer that's not even on the paper there. Just give me that answer.
We had that very south military base before, like very south until the very end. I think that was one of our first week SMB circles too. It was down to like what, stage 6. We have a 50-50 water till the end, but very south flight path indeed. Now we have too many southern flight paths these days, so we're gonna have to wait and see if the circle will be bringing the players all the way towards the north. Yeah, there we go. Will it be Savani or shooting range, or just pull all the way down towards Rozhok?
Yeah, so that is where teams will need to roll the dice. But if it goes down to Rozhok, it will be hard, because I would expect that with this circle, I mean, the percentage is high that it will go to shooting range, Savani, that area. So expect more teams to be up there. But if it suddenly pulls down to Rozhok, then, well, it is a testament to another scammy circle.
But don't lie, you know, we all know, we all love a bit of a scammy circle sometimes, most of the times, not sometimes, because just to test the players most of the time. But it means, Cloud, everybody will move north as soon as they can. So it will seem stage 1, probably there's some collision between the teams while transitioning again.
Yeah, expect that. I mean, logically right now, 80% of the circle is up north, so teams will definitely want to prioritize that. There might be some teams who want to go to Rozhok, because Rozhok to swim across is not that bad. But yeah, majority of teams will definitely pick the northern side. But we're already getting a first knock, and not only first, but second knock, both of them by Rosemary onto O2.
I want to see that POV right now. Where are the rest? Because usually if we talked about scouters, it's going to be only one player who's trying to get himself buggies. But I assume they're splitting themselves for O2 Esports into 2 parts here. 2-2. Maybe 2 going for vehicles, another 2 going for another side of the angle. But Rosemary, he's following the crumbles of O2 Esports. The trail, well, he's definitely going to go for it with the Micro Uzi. I miss Micro Uzi, but his AUG will put at work here. Here comes a spray. But lucky enough for O2 Esports, they will survive. But at the cost for Alter Ego as well. The lost hunts for you early on.
Oh, yeah, what happened there? But what we do know that's happening now is that Rosemary is out of bullets on his AUG. So I kind of thought that he would have expected that, hey, do I have enough bullets? Because when he came down, he was already at like what, 4 bullets or something like that. So it was quite ambitious for him to get something out of the 4 bullets. But he still went for it anyway. So interesting by Rosemary. There must be something burning in him that he wants to settle.
And we get a replay right now. And that was a nice tracking down by Rosemary, and that's gonna be Fredo. So they are splitting themselves into 2 sides, both Alter Ego and O2 Esports. Rosemary dealing with the other 2, while Hans for you was dealing with Fredo, but unfortunately it didn't work out for him due to the grounds itself. So that's why I think Rosemary tried to wait it out for the rest of O2 Esports to pass through him just now.
Okay, at least a trade back there by O2. But still a bigger casualty for O2 with 2 players now down. Going to be quite hard to play the rest of the round with 2 players, especially with this kind of circle. So I guess they would go all the way to Saverni still. They won't stop. Be there, try to take one of the inner compounds and pray for the defense.
Speaking of praying, Ventura has been trailed by MORPH, hot on his tail. Zero chasing him down. We're talking about Zero. He's gonna go wait for the close quarter combat. And the moment he swapped to his DBS, nope, FaZe Clan is just like, never mind. Ventora's made a U-turn and now he tried to shoot them from the back. You know, he reminded me of when you have a fight, a gang fight, like we always watch movies, right? The one that actually always try to pick a fight, like the smallest guy that try to, you know, boast, and then he try and run around behind his teammate and just another boast, but he's not doing too much. Yeah, Ventoras did that. He didn't take the confrontation by Zero just now, going back around their back and just give a couple of, you know, just warning shots, and that's just it.
Wow. I'm starting to imagine that in a movie scene. And Ventoras is the one. Well, Ventoras is the physically bigger guy. That'll be hilarious. That's
I mean,
a
he's
movie I
physically
see,
a
I
guy.
guess. I mean, I was referring to physically bigger guy as compared to his other teammates. But
Okay. But Jan 4 is definitely the bigger guy. His last performance was outstanding, man. That was crazy just now.
Yep, and his favorite weapons include a Mini 14. But Alter Ego, his favorite weapon is elimination. So Octa gets 1, the MVP from round number 1. So now he has the Infinity here together with him. And looks like they're going to go in for the chase. So the Infinity now lost 1 player. Again, this might be another tough start for the Infinity.
It's so difficult for us to see Infinity 2 stick as a 4. Every single time they can actually secure a 4 player till the very end. They can last way longer. It feels like they are too reliant on each other's presence. That might just be the case, but will they actually prove us wrong by taking this fight against Alter Ego head on? Because Alter Ego is a fair fight for them. It's going to be a 3v3.
Oh, Nate onto Tiger X almost knocked him down. And it's no longer 3v3, it's now a 3v2 with Rosemary eliminated. Now it's up to Alpha 7 and Octa to step up the game. The smoke is being popped. That means the Infinity, they might rush him. But looking on the smaller screen, we are having another fight elsewhere too.
RQ and BTR having a go. Hansel already being finished off just now, and that's going to be leaving with only 1 player. That's going to be Jan Force, the sole remaining members of BTR that had a great run last round. Feels like BTR did not expect this kind of confrontation way early on, but conflicts being said, we're not done with Alter Ego versus Infinity. It feels like Alter Ego is at a bit of a shaky start here compared to the Sanhok map.
Oh, Alter Ego now left with only Octa, and he's down to about 50% of health without any healing utility. So not the best of news now for Octa. The Infinity, 30k, 1v1, but he will go in for the pickup first, just to give him the numbers advantage against Octa, and Octa not really pursuing it.
Oh, for RQ, they're still licking their wounds after that fight against BTR. Now VOIN Donkey coming in, but Octa, the last MVP, can he pull the clutch here? But unfortunately, it's going to be a third party knocking the doors for this guy. BTR had that against the side of VOIN Donkey. And same goes RQ. Infinity, on the other hand, with Alter Ego. That's going to be the one that win this one. It's definitely going to be XERXIA in this case, because Alter Ego definitely not going to see another daylight for their Erangel run this time. Infinity, do they have the time to reset though?
Oh man, XERXIA looks like they won't want to give them that time. Okay, they are coming in from multiple angles. Turning K will need to fight. He's not able to pick up his teammate in time, and he will be eliminated by the incoming XERXIA. It's the third party, and the Infinity bows out number 15. Only managed to collect 3 points this round.
Now, at least Alter Ego don't feel too bad about their elimination just now. At least they scored a 4. But for Crit VIP, I mean, it's a fish world out there. We saw BTR be taken by RRQ, leaving with only Gen Force alone, running around the corners by himself now. And then RRQ being surprised by VOIN Donkey. And next, VOIN Donkey by Crit VIP. Who will be the next contender against Crit VIP? Now, that's another question. But back to us, round 2. VOIN Donkey versus RRQ.
On the POCO gets one into the pocket, eliminating Potato, now dancing around with his shotgun. Okay, tries to find a good angle. Vexy is the one in the building, but Vexy is outnumbered at this moment. He does have his trusty M4, but it won't be enough against the POCO's shotgun, and VOIN Donkeys is out.
Sweet revenge by RQ, but we have another third contender coming in within these two teams. TODAK, will they commit or will they just part ways? Cleon definitely want to go for it with that Scar L prepared 6x scope as well. But unfortunately, the rest of the team don't seem to be interested to take this commitment towards RQ. Roy clashing with Crit VIP next. It seems like every single third party that come out will hit them back later on. I don't know about TODAK. They are on top of this warehouse of Savani right now. There will probably be a couple of teams passing by for the next stage, which going to be less than a minute.
Yeah, teams really coming by now. It's been quite a back-to-back fight. And across the map, in fact. Now for Roy, from the lower ground spots out the members of Crit VIP who came on to the high ground, but Zunos does not have a good clear shot. So Crit VIP, they should be fine for now. Yes, their position is known, but there's nothing much that Roy can do about it.
Thanks to the curve of the grounds. As long as there's nobody else coming out from the other side for Crit VIP, then they're going to be A-OK. If not, they're probably going to ham down by Roy and the third party. But Roy, they have to focus on what's on the back, because there's some shots fired by the other teams down there. And for Crit VIP, the moment we said they, as long as there's empty vacancy right up front, which not going to be that vacant anymore. It's either RRQ or FaZe Clan, but the circle move all the way to a Savini. Now that warehouse is super valuable, but where off to esports stand as well is quite a good compound too.
Yeah, their regular drop spot, they did not leave it at all. So now they are reaping the rewards of staying there. But the bad news is that they only have 2 players. But nevertheless, as long as they stay on the inner side, they should be fine for now. Let other teams cancel out each other as teams are starting to travel. RRQ playing in the middle, and BTR will be among them. So expect more fights in this round happening soon.
And that's definitely going to be a fight happening now. Vampires, RRQ and TODAK exchanging bullets. The moment RRQ just squeezing their way in between Savani place. And this area right now will not be that quiet anymore. We have TODAK, we have RRQ, we have probably Vampires just around the corners coming into the same place where they are thinking about. Despite this small, very small building, seems to be a bit low ground, but it offers quite a cover for most of the teams that are taken around this compound here right now. RRQ prepare himself with the DBS. If they want to flush them out, a Morley definitely will be the best bet for them right now if TODAK want to commit to this fight.
Oh, but looks like a commitment might happen onto Crit VIP. Oh, Putra knocking down DeepZ. Okay, that's going to be 1. The other members of Team Pandum, they're still on the outside. So Achu will need to go in for the save. Crit VIP as well. Okay, looks like they might want to go in for the point. They don't seem to be letting go of Team Pandum yet. The last I noticed on the mini-map is that they're approaching Team Pandum, try to block them out, but okay, yeah, they're still around, they're circling like vultures now.
Speaking of vultures, they're trying to find the victims there. Putra will be one of the vultures scouting out for the team, feeding them information right now if they want to go. Seems like Great VIP keep on passing through a lot of opportunities for those eliminations and for the points, but they're just not prepared for those fights. They don't want to overcommit themselves, maybe due to 13 teams still in this game, so they want to stay until top 10. Probably then they will start to open fire. But as long as they know how to navigate themselves within the circle and not being the victims, so they're going to be okay, because too much at stake for Great VIP. They are playing it super safe here.
Yeah, at least, well, they don't take the fight or extend the fight on the outside of the circle. So that's probably what they had in mind. Focus onto the circle instead. Since we are moving on to stage 4 soon in about 15 more seconds. FaZe Clan thinking about the same thing, playing inside the circle. But as they move inside, as they move any further forward, there will be another team there based on a mini-map. So something for them to consider. Okay. Also consider the next circle. Where will it go? And looks like Saverni might still be one of the hotspots.
But at least this kind of circle offers a lot of covers for the players and teams because of how uneven the terrain is. It's quite of a curve here. So they can play around the slopes of the hill or go up all the way north, which XERXIA do have that in mind. There's going to be uneven terrain up there as well. But the street later on, they don't want to be on the other side of the street. And speaking of street, crossing the street will be an issue if Vampires couldn't just wrap things up against OT Esports.
Yeah, here we go. I would expect more fights to happen on the southern side. Look at this. Roy is just in front of MORPH, and FaZe Clan is there too. Okay, time to go. But GEEK Fam, oh, time to leave. Vampire Esports raining down all these nades onto them. Man, they're evading everything. This feels like a red zone made by Vampire Esports onto GEEK Fam.
And not just that, if they're not being careful, the red zone can be made by OT Esports instead. They're not aware of the positions here. They can surprise Vampires from the back. For GEEK Fam, well, damn rude, didn't make it on time just to be in that small shack just now. Unfortunately, that small hut will be the one that he'll be waiting for his teammate to rescue him. But Tony K, this guy, when he set his target, he just locked into it and commit all the way down. So for Tony K, if he's not getting those execution, he'll keep it coming for GEEK Fam.
Yeah, look at this, right? It's still coming though. Okay, this one nade will knock down Sonics. Beautifully executed by Tony K. Mika will be eliminated by Shrubs. Vampire Esports still looking for more instead. Newsy, he went out of the comfort of his home, and now he's going in for the rush. He wants to make sure GEEK Fam is eliminated. Newsy together with Tony K, the deadly duo, have arrived.
This is a significant push coming out from the side of Vampires, not just crossing the street, but clearing the obstacles too along the process. And Tony K managed to be safe in the very last minute. For GEEK Fam, on the other hand, unfortunately have to end their run at 12th place. But we're not done with the executions. They're dropping their axe. It's also Roy to the side of MORPH, but FaZe Clan will try to challenge Roy for the next one. But they will be divided between this street. We talked about the street before. There's going to be another problem for Roy to cut across FaZe Clan.
Well, O2 is in action too. And the elimination feed is still rolling. Helton will be eliminated by Onzens. Shunos eliminated. And Tuyol taken out of the game. Man, this is just a disaster here for some of these teams who try to travel into the circle. So with the blink of an eye, we got like what, at least 2 teams? 3 teams? Eliminated back-to-back just like that.
Make it, I think, around 4 to 5. 4 teams. Last time we saw 14 teams still intact. Now it's going to be just Onzen. Unfortunately, FaZe Clan, if they have a full lineup here, it can be a huge number of eliminations. Unfortunately, it's going to be just Onzen gatekeeping to the side of the entire crew of Roy, which is going to be the trio. Juke coming in with his shotgun, prepared himself for clearing up the corners. But they have to deal with Onzens, like it or not, since they are getting themselves into the circle. There's one of the inevitable fights they have to face again. But Onzens finished off by Porsche just now with that one nade, finally cleaning things up. But it's going to be a clear entry for Roy from south, but the rest of them still fighting on the east side of the circle.
Yeah, while O2 is just way up north inside of Saverni, they'll be like, okay, you guys cancel each other. We're fine here. We'll do our own thing. not disturbing any of you. Yeah, I was just trying to find the right word. I had the word kacau in my head. But anyway, for TODAK here, now they are playing somewhat of a gatekeeping role because they are on the closest side of the circle to block out Team PANDUM.
PANDUM barely got covers here. I hope they have enough smokes to make through their climb towards where TODAK is at. Or maybe they can just take their vehicles and rotate all the way towards the south. And that's more of a safe but dimsy. Archul accidentally left Dimsy, but unfortunately I have to get down a bit of a misfortune and miscalculations there, giving away the positions due to their pause just to take their front into the vehicle just now kind of cost them dearly. Team Secret spotted out XERXIA. XERXIA still having a full squad. Now they can revive, maybe some distance, but the push coming up Team Secret is no joke. They are rushing in.
Let's go now for Team Secret to fight their way through to get into the circle. And TODAK Leon sees Maxius behind the tree. And he finally lands the blow onto him. And Cleon will claim that elimination point. But there's more for him in front on the outside of the circle. They sent one out to scout to gather information. For Team Secret, they're still not able to get into the circle yet. A lot of open space in front of them. So they have to be extra careful here.
TODAK, they have been taking the warehouse the longest time. Now, finally, they have a contention against PANDUM, who tried to take the compound away from their hands. The warehouse will be competed by PANDUM here. Slowly try to push forward. Spotted out Lengs, who's supposed to be their flanker or their off-angle player. And now TODAK, all they have that 3 players inside of that warehouse. They have not much information regarding what's happening outside. So probably try to leave, but 9, knowing that their flanker and their eyes been taken out just now, he's taking the opportunity to be the eyes for TODAK. But can he make it out on time? Because PANDUM is not wasting any more time to push in.
Here we go, Jobrenki circling around. He sees TODAK, who's going to pull the trigger first. But he needs more information because he doesn't see the other members of TODAK. Okay, he still gets down anyway. And here we go, shots fired. But 9 gets Dimsy. TODAK still has the advantage.
TODAK being in his warehouse for the longest of time. Finally, Leon getting on Jabranki, but we're back to XERXIA, back to TODAK. UMP open up fire, a bit of warning shot. Iftar playing a 2-way, divide and conquer, but Iftar, he just abandoned Cleon just now, maybe hoping Cleon to get out from the blue first, and he heard those vehicles coming in, which could be Team Secret. Team Secret, they're still licking their wounds for TODAK. There's going to be last players standing there, 2 of them still. 9 is there as well, but the circle shifted away, and it's going to be RRQ circle.
Oh, and Team Secret's coming in. Cleon will be eliminated. And now Team Secret, they're taking over this warehouse from the hands of TODAK. And unfortunately, TODAK only that 1 player left. That's going to be 9, but he managed to get away at least and into the circle. But the members of Team Secret, they saw him and he's out. TODAK eliminated number 8.
They have split second to revive on Cleon, but maybe due to the vehicle sound, they kind of panicked themselves, knowing the fact that there's going to be a whole crew of Team Secret coming in. They don't know which team, they know there's going to be an entire crew coming in. But for Vampires, they're spreading themselves quite far apart. A wide spread between Shreps and Nuzi and Stone. They don't have Tony K, but we've seen them just now. No Tony K, no problem. So Vampires, they're going to work out as a trio again at 4 eliminations right now.
Yes. Second time in a row they're going to do this. Okay, but let's see if they can score the chicken dinner with a trio. If they're able to do that, then, well, hands down. But Mega Earth, aka Earthzy, defending his ground. He got a knockdown onto 1 from RRQ. And from the other side, okay, Nepeko is here as well. Nepeko coming in. Nepeko secures that 1 elimination point out of Earthzy. And they will take over this compound. This compound is super valuable with the circle.
That's true, and that's why everybody fighting for it. And RRQ was the only circle player and circle team just now the moment it shifted on stage number 5. And Team Secret managed to finish off the last player of XERXIA as well. That's going to be Break. He's been aiming for him for the longest time. But BTR last player, Janforce, unfortunately did not have a good run. They lost way too early. Too many players just now leaving. At least he lasted long enough to be in the top 6. That's some placement points for BTR still.
Yeah, so Not too bad for BTR, I must say. As of now, 20 plus points in 3 games. It's okay for BTR. But for Team Secret, okay, they managed to secure the right side circle. They seem to have a good amount of space now. But I guess we'll need to wait and see. Stage 7. Where will the circle shift in about a minute more? Now, all the teams have their own corner.
I don't know about this vehicle, GK, but Break is breaking the numbers by himself for Team Secret too. 5 eliminations by himself only, and 6 eliminations was by one of his teammates too. For Vampires, unfortunately, they are running low on men. And RRQ, after they secured this compound, one of the best one, but do they have enough hands and eyes to just cover themselves and defend this? Because Team Secret, they are on a rampage run right now. 5 elimination by Break is not stopping or not slowing down at all.
Yeah, and Fredo is back after a slow down round, after being quiet for majority of this round, and he managed to get that one knock from afar, but he needs to secure that elimination point. Team Secret, they are still technically a full squad, so they could still pick up their fallen teammate. Yep, they're going in for it now. You can see the movement there. And speaking about movement, Fredo is moving closer to the middle area, and he needs to move a lot more closer now that the circle shifts on top of RRQ.
That was the most crucial knockdown by Fredo just now. It was Break. We're talking about Break on a rampage, and his run will be put to a pause after being knocked down just now. Hopefully it didn't break his momentum, but definitely he's not happy with that shot. So he tried to find who actually shot him from afar. So Fredo, keep an eye out for that. It might be revenge coming up very soon. Vampires, on the other hand, coming in gun blazing towards the center. They're challenging RRQ and possibly even Team Secret, who got himself in a 2-2 formation. 2 on the east side, another 2 guarding over the south. So they have to deal with 2 teams at the same time.
Yeah, oh, there you go. From the distance, Newsy knocks down GK. Vampire Esports still in the game. 6 eliminations so far after taking out GK. And that point will go to the hands of Newsy. Now Roy is making their move. They're the furthest away from the circle. While they moved, Porsche got knocked out by Newsy. Newsy will eliminate Porsche. Now looking for GK. From GK to GK. And
Woo!
one more to go for the side of Roy. And Roy will be entirely eliminated by the one and only Newsy.
Our Captain Jack Newsy is back here after he gave some of a bit of a resting time, a couple of maps, and now he is going in for the eliminations. He's eyeing out for his next victim. But to Esport, that last player, Freddy, also been taken out. We're down to 3 players, 3 teams, with all respective teams have 3 players each. It's gonna be the war of trio down here, Cloud.
Oh, yeah. 3v3v3. Let's go. Equal ground. Who will get this chicken dinner? But RRQ looks like the team that has the best chance since they have that compound. And plus, they are pretty much in the middle of the circle. Vampire Esports putting focus on the Team Secret. They might cancel each other, and then RRQ might take advantage of the situation.
Waiting for RRQ to make some action, but Vampires definitely know where RRQ's at. But Schweppes will have to trade off with one player of Team Secret. There was a clean execution by Max, by the way. That was a fast one indeed. But for Schweppes, he's still bleeding out. Vampires down to 2 players. Team Secret down to 1. Newsy is doing the job by himself. He's gonna go in. He doesn't have a candle. Just working with the smoke. You know what? Flat lane or flat field, he doesn't care. He's gonna keep tossing those nades and keep it going.
No.
There's no stopping this guy. He's getting on all of them by himself. 8 eliminations by Newsy in a row.
Oh man, Newsy stepping up the game right now. 8-1 against Team Secret. Now all in focus onto RRQ. Vampire Esports, they don't have the circle. If they're able to score another chicken dinner, this chicken dinner is even bigger than the previous one.
It's like, if we don't go bigger for the next one, we're nothing. That's gonna be the standard bar. And that's a high standard by Vampires, by the way. And also double-digit eliminations on the side of RRQ, so it's back to 3v3. And so far, when it comes to hand grenades, definitely towards the side of RRQ is more. But Nuzi tossed so much just now. I don't know what he will do next. And Shrubs and the rest of the teams will give support and cover fire. Shrubs coming up from behind. It's going to be duo in the front. Nuzi going off. They are dividing their directions here. It's divide and conquer once more with the trio of Vampires. But RRQ, they're not giving away any information freely. They're playing it patiently.
Yeah, and to add on, for Nuzi, after securing that elimination against the Team Secret, he still had the time to loot up. So he should be well stocked up right now to go in for the final boss. The final boss fight against RRQ. So here we go, both of them in the circle. We will play until stage 9, ladies and gentlemen, as Shrubs tries to find a knock with a nade sent across to the side of RRQ.
Nate did not connect, but the shots did. Snape need to re-heal himself. His helmet almost vanished entirely. Same goes for Nomus. His vest shredded to pieces here. RQ, they have to trade blows now, and they still have a couple of hand grenades, abundance of it to be deployed off, so they need to just keep it at bay for Vampires before they go crazy again, because there's no fear in the eyes of Captain Jack Nuzi right now. He's going in for the kills, and Snape will be contested and being pressured, but the Blues will close on the side of Vampires first, so we will take the blow or not. We will just try to charge in, because the POCO and No Mercy will try to distract Vampires with their vehicles here.
Yeah, at the same time they are wearing down RRQ of their utilities. But Stone! Knocked down by Snape. And now Shrubs needs to move forward. Will he be able to save Stone? Napeko coming in onto Nuzi, but Nuzi took him down with a little bit of help from Shrubs as well. Nuzi will try to hold his ground, but Nuzi knocked down, and now it's going to be Shrubs with Stone currently down. Shrubs might not have time to save Stone, so Shrubs is all on himself. He gets knocked down to No Mercy, but Shrubs takes damage from Snape. Now it's a 1v1 situation between Shrubs and Snape.
It's last stage and we have no more circles. Shrubs have to push forward. Unfortunately, it's a bit of a long shot and no structure for the side of Shrubs. It's a clear shot from the side of Snape. It's all him for him to take the chicken away. But what a run by both team RRQ and Vampires down to the last wire just now. What a sublime performance. It was phenomenal by these two teams. RRQ's caught the chicken, but Vampires also was crazy, insane good in the last round.
Whew. It was a sweaty one. It was a sweaty one for RRQ. It could have gone either way, but yeah, again, it almost feels like Vampire Esports, they're stealing away the limelight from the team that actually scored the chicken dinner. But we have to give credit to RRQ as well. Look at their numbers here. They scored 13 eliminations, which is abundance here in this round.
Definitely going to be Snape's MVP this time. I mean, every single time they bench out Snape, maybe he's the secret weapon for RRQ. And this time they let him roaming free early on. And look at the damage he has done. 1,031, and what a double digit when it comes to the numbers. There's 6 eliminations by Snape alone. But you know what? I do want to see a head-to-head between Snape and Nuzi as well.
Hopefully we get the stat later on. I believe it's going to be a comparable stat. But what is also significant here is this damage. 1,031 damage here. Anything that's above 1,000 is a lot. So great work here by Snape, stepping it up for RRQ and also landing the final blow on the straps to ensure that RQ scored that chicken dinner.
But speaking of numbers and troubles, definitely abundance of troubles. Vampires, they toss so many nades. 33 down there with 29 smokes. And second place is definitely going to be RRQ at 15 hand grenades and 26. When it comes to full squad time, you have to give respect to our chicken dinner winner RRQ with the least amount. But let's rewatch the best highlight that we have for Erangel here today with RRQ chicken dinner.
Well, RRQ, man, that was sweaty. Could have gone to Vampire Esports. But anyway, the reality is they got it. 23 points secured by RRQ, and they are one of the teams that could use those points.
But also another big number coming up from Vampires just now. If only they just slightly open up their angles for Vampires, that might be a difference. But unfortunately, they couldn't do so because they don't have enough smokes. If only they have those smokes, probably it's going to be a reverse. But it's going to be still RRQ. So RRQ, what a big number coming in for this round. But Team Secret scored himself 11 eliminations. Roy at 6. Another 6 by TODAK. We have a couple of 5s down there too. But at least everybody scores something at this time, Cloud.
Yeah, including the 1-pointers, VOIN, Donkey, GEEK, Fan, Baseland, and Team PANDUM. So nobody goes into the break after this knowing that they have not done anything or not scored any points at all this round. So okay, this is the first time today at least that we have gotten every team with their own points. Now, overalls, this is where it all matters, right? So, top 8 is where we're looking at. Geek Fam is not top 8, but RRQ, 64 points now with that chicken dinner.
And top 3, even PANDUM got pushed down. I mean, Vampire is almost hitting the 100. I think probably going to be the highest for our season here. If they can just crack the triple digit this week, because we didn't have that last week. We had it, but it's not too much compared to right now. But we have to shift over. When it comes to the top 8, it's always going to be around 85 points, going to be the safest here right now. But we have to shift towards the teams that played 9 maps already, but still on the second page. And that's going to be the only team here, Infinity.
Yeah. 25 points still, not really moving much. So when it comes to the teams around them, right, if we look at the place on points, there are only 2 place on points. Eliminations, they're okay as compared to the ones around them, but place on points is probably where they need to find that balance. So based on that stat, since we're heading into a break, hopefully they'll be able to work it out. The last time we had a break, when they came back, they did improve.
But when it comes to Snape, he actually dished out the most damage, despite we saw the crazy run by Lord Newsy, or Captain Jack Newsy is back here, guys. But Snape definitely well deserving as well. And I just hope they don't swap him out anymore, because they definitely need him to play. RQ Snape 1031 with Team Secret Break has been doing so much work as well. And Vampires, we have 2 players down there, including Schwaps. Now, Schwaps, we saw him really brilliant early on today. It seems like there's no stopping these guys.
Yeah, and it so happened to be the duo of Newsy and Shrubs again. Just like how when they did well in that Erangel game. So looks like we're starting to see a pattern of this kind of pairing that sort of works for Vampire Esports. Maybe they can really start to do the thing that we mentioned the other day. It's like, okay, 2 drop on the left and 2 drop on the right of the map, and they just go and meet in the middle, final circle, something like that.
VPE A and VPE B. Maybe they can have more efficient eliminations, maybe breaking the numbers. We never get ourselves 20 these days too much. We had that in week number 1. MORPH still holding the most elimination across in one map by a team. That's going to be 22. That's the golden number. But we had crazy amount of double eliminations for week number 2. But we have more action to go. But before we head into the last round of the day, we're gonna just have the break for a bit. So don't go anywhere. Stay tuned and see you guys in a bit.
Well, hello, welcome back everyone for another interview session, and this time standing beside me we have Sunoas from Roy Esports. Hi.
Hello.
Hello. And from 9 matches that you've played so far, Sunoas, what difficulties is Roy facing in week 2?
Xin chào Noas. Thông qua 9 trận đấu mà mình đã đấu tới hiện tại và khi mà bước vào tuần thứ 2 này thì có những khó khăn thách thức gì mà đội mình gặp phải?
Đối với team mình thì hiện tại thì phải thi đấu trong thời gian liên tục thì team mình cảm thấy rất là mệt mỏi thôi.
For us at the moment, because we have to compete continuously, we feel tired.
And do you feel that you've successfully overcome those difficulties for now, Sunoas?
Thì không biết là hiện tại em có cảm thấy là mình đã vượt qua được cái khó khăn mà mình vừa đề cập không? Là tức là cái sự mệt mỏi đó.
Đối với team mình thì thi đấu dài vậy thì sẽ giúp cho team mình cải thiện được những cái phần mà team đang gặp khó khăn và có thể đạt thành tích tốt hơn.
For us, competing continuously like this can help us overcome our shortcomings and can become better.
Yes, and I feel it because like once you're in game, like everything is so much different, right? And for next, as we know, people from Vietnam and other regions have called your teams King Roy. And what do you think about that?
Thì các bạn người chơi từ khu vực Việt Nam và các khu vực khác gọi team mình là King Roy. Vậy thì em nghĩ như thế nào về điều này?
Đối với team mình thì cái tên đó vừa xuất hiện gần đây thôi. Nhưng mà mình nghĩ dù nó là nghĩa đen hay nghĩa bóng thì team mình cũng sẵn sàng và đón nhận nó.
For us, we have just heard of that name recently, and no matter what it means, literally or with hidden meaning, we still welcome the name.
Yes, and with that nicknames, I hope that you could be the king in this PMSL. So good luck to Noah. And from your performance or decisions, you've become one of the top performing team from Vietnam. And what will you have? Like, do you have any pressure to maintain the performance?
Trong giải đấu lần này thì Team Roy là một trong những đội mà có biểu hiện tốt nhất của khu vực Việt Nam. Thì bạn có áp lực gì cần phải duy trì thành tích đó không?
Đối với tụi mình thì áp lực đó chính là kim cương và người tạo ra kim cương đó là team mình và team mình sẽ cố gắng và đạt thành tích tốt nhất trong giải đấu này.
For us, the pressure is diamond, and we are the one who creates diamond. We will try our best to achieve good results in this season.
Yes, and can't wait to see like what you will perform in the last 3 games. So good luck. And last things, do you have any idols in other teams, Noas?
Vậy có người chơi nào từ các đội khác mà bạn thần tượng hay không?
Và có một thành viên trong đội Dingo Xavier đó chính là em Levi.
Yes, I do idolize Levi's from Dingo Xavier.
And is there any words you want to say to Levi from the Xavier?
Vậy em có lời gì muốn nhắn gửi đến Levi's từ đội Dingo Xavier không?
Anh sẽ gặp em tại những trận đấu chung kết sắp tới.
I will meet you at final matches.
Oh, right, and I will excited to see you also in the grand final. So good luck, Sonoy. So thank you so much for this interview. And now let's get into the highlights.
It was actually Levi from the Xaviers, but what a run here we have today, Cloud.
Yeah, what a run. I mean, there were a lot of amazing moments. Again, Vampire Esports came up with something, almost scoring the chicken dinner, and we got them on the highlights here. Schweppes, Nuzi, again, this duo is just amazing. I mean, they'll be happy enough by the fact that they scored that second place even though RRQ scored that chicken dinner.
I personally want to have an interview with Sertani so much if we can actually relay the questions to the host first to clarify the position of each of the player. And if Nuzi is not being the front frag or the entry fragger, I want to see Tony K being the flanker and also Nuzi being the entry fragger here.
Yeah, let's see if they'll make that sort of change. But if it's not broken, well, it's kind of hard for us to see them like making that change, since they're doing so far so good. But let's see, because we still have half more day to go for these teams. But we're going to compare the teams this time. RRQ and Royce being compared. But based on today's performance, it's quite clear that RRQ is doing very well.
Yep, don't forget to roll your tongue, guys and girls. It's going to be R. All the R's are taking the stats here right now. But I agree. But what we definitely have to give credit for Roy. They have been progressing so much if you compare with last season. This season, probably their best season yet.
Yeah, way improvement in terms of performance for Roy. So good work for them so far. It's very likely with their current performance that we might see them in the Super Sunday later on. But just to recap on some of the teams that got the chicken dinner. So the first one in Sanhok was by Alter Ego, followed by Vampire Esports, and then RRQ. So now we are going to head on to our second half of the day. We haven't seen a chicken dinner from either one of the teams from Vietnam, the Vietnamese region, or the Malaysian region yet, just to complete our flag collection.
That's true. I mean, GEEK fan definitely have quite a performance as well today. A lot of third-party plays, especially by Damn Rude, but it feels like they're aiming for eliminations more than they go for the chickens here.
Yeah, and interesting enough, by the way, so GEEK fam, so far they have not played with Aizen, they played with Sonics, but still they're able to keep up the performance. So looking good, I must say, looking good. So if they can keep this up, because they are one of the teams that could use another entrance into the Super Sunday, because their last Super Sunday was just okay-ish. So if they can get in to this Super Sunday again, then it will be very helpful for them to book that slot in the Grand Finals.
Now we're back to the topic of we do know that we cannot avoid anymore. Regarding Group C, this is going to be their last 3 maps to go, and Crave VIP, the Infinity, and Team PANDUM are the teams that did not make it when it comes to the first week Super Sunday. I wouldn't worry too much for Team PANDUM, but for the other two though, Crave VIP and the Infinity.
Well, if it's Could VIP, they're somewhere in the middle, so it's still okay, because let's not forget the last year's qualifier is still there. The Infinity as well, yeah, of course the last year's qualifier is still there, but ideally they would want to keep themselves up abreast so that they will have a decent start in last chance qualifiers, because that will be another totally different beast there. The beast of other teams that are desperate for that final few slots into the Super Sunday. At least for now, you can still see that some teams, even though if they can't get it, they'll be like, okay, we still have that last chance qualifiers. But in last chance qualifiers, it's definitely all up for everyone.
And speaking of last chance stage, nobody wants to play. And just now we had Shuno saying that he's exhausted. Now the exhaustion start to kick in for the players, because they had a back-to-back run for 2 weeks in a row. There's going to be 10 straight days for us especially, but also the players, at least they do have some alternating days, right? But also speaking of another team that we didn't highlight enough from Group C, it's going to be MORPH. MORPH, they did enter this first Super Sunday, but their points weren't that much for them to stay comfortable.
Yeah, and even as of now, MORPH is just okay. I mean, they're actually not too far from the Infinity if we talk about only points, right? So, MORPH is also in that situation that they cannot afford to miss out on this week's Super Sunday and just bank on maybe the next week's Super Sunday. Might be difficult for them. We do expect some of the big heavy hitters that missed out on last Super Sunday to probably make it. So I'm looking at teams like Alliance who might make their come into this Super Sunday, and if they do, then it will also shift the dynamics of the potential of some of these teams to actually qualify onto Grand Finals even.
Yeah, but fortunate enough for Group A, they are taking a bit of a break here today, so it's a lot that can be changed for them, by them, for tomorrow. But for Group C, what else can they make do with what they have left here? 3 more maps to go, and this is going to be the last Erangel for Group C as well.
Yeah, so last Erangel, and then we are going to go to the final 2 Miramars before we wrap up the day. So this is going to be a crucial time for teams like Infinity, of course. For Vampire, yeah, at this point, wouldn't be too worried about them. They're absolutely fine. They can take a chill pill, but of course, they don't look like they are taking that chill. It does seem like they are aiming for something more, and that more could be not necessarily be in the team points, but for their players to potentially be the MVP for this week.
Yeah, speaking of that MVP title, I feel like there's going to be a lot of contenders this week. There's such there's more than a handful of players that performed so well here today. Don't forget, when it comes to like Alter Ego, of course, it's going to be usually Rosemary, but also the Rise of Okta. We have also Nuzi coming up from Vampire, and Vampire do have also on the rise in Tony K is always up there. But we do see Shrubs coming up into the numbers possibly too, and don't forget Dimsy. And there's so many good players this season. I mean, like, individually speaking, these guys just don't know where they have limitless potential now.
Yeah, and with that sort of build up, right, it's going to be fun when it comes to the grand finals later. At this point, it also feels that in general, it's hard to tell who will still win the grand finals. It's like not like some seasons where you see, from the start, this team just dominates, they go all the way and all that. This season, it's interchanging between a few teams. And then you have, like what you said, highlight players who come out individually, and who knows, they could be the ones to carry their team to be one of the surprise winners in the grand finals. So I believe that this season is going to be extra interesting because of all those variables that we still can't see.
Yeah, I agree, and especially when it comes to the underdog teams, there's so many in this season too. I'm looking forward for the grand final, super excited for it, because we might have some secret strategy that they still saving up for later. So for now, it's going to be the first objective, which is going to be getting into the Super Sunday. And for Group C, they are running out of time. Can they still make it for infinity or not? Let's fly into our last Erangel now.
And this is it, the final Erangel for Group C. So we're going to see the flight path here from the left side. I do see Hospital, Gaka. So it looks like we're going to have a flight path that cuts across in the middle and ends all the way on the northern side of the fourth guy. It's going to be a kind flight path. Every team should be able to drop into their regular drop spots, like Vampire Esports and the Primos, for example. And on the northern side, because we do have a couple of teams absent, we might see some of these teams are taking over some of those spots. Even going to Saverni, O2 could also go there directly from this flight path. But of course, the bigger question will be, how will the circle be? It's time for a tough circle. Last Erangel for Group C.
Yep, generous flight path means maybe SMB circle, who knows. But at least it's good news, the teams can drop wherever they fancy, like their usual drop spot, without the contention to go towards their direction, right? Because we have always had like a lot of southern flight path, so everybody try to push up north will bump into and collide with the teams way too early, like certain cases of O2 Esports that drop all the way to Saverni. So at least this time they're gonna have some generous start, but it's stuck into one corner. Will we have Lipovka by end of today or end of this map?
Alter Ego will be the happiest of the bunch to get that sort of circle. Other than that, TODAK as well would be pretty happy. They drop around the area of shelter, so they'll be probably sticking there for a bit. Especially those high grounds, the potential high grounds, maybe the shelter area, maybe even the mansion area as a start. It's not too bad for them. But what also comes together with a good flight path is the possibility of teams not meeting each other at this very start, because everyone can drop into their regular drop spot. There's not much of a need for a vehicle tussle.
True. Just like how we hoped for. And just no collision anymore for O2 Esports, just like how they did before. And it's all down to flight path and circle for the players to adapt themselves. But I personally do want to see if Vampires can work things out as the duo split, as we mentioned before. Like starting off two different angles and two different sides of the map early on, and then just reunite at the center of circle. There'll be something else. If they can survive, it's going to be difficult, but I think it's doable for Vampires based on their caliber of plays.
Yeah, at this point, they can pretty much do anything, right? They are in a very comfortable state, mental state as well. 94 points already collected by them. If they want to just go wild, or if they just want to sleep on it, or if they want to, I don't know, they can do anything. They have the license to do that. In fact, even if they do like whatever, right, it's pretty easy for them to be like 100 points and above. And based on historical wise as well, this kind of number would give them the ticket direct into the Super Sunday, so they can plan for another Bali trip just like last week.
Speaking of week number 1, I think we just can recap for a bit. The highest point during the week of group stage was 114 by NKT. I want to see if Vampires can break the numbers before they're having a rest for tomorrow. And it's going to be 2 days break for Vampires. If they actually score themselves over 100 points, and 2 days in a row for break is what they really need, since just now we had interview that the resources start to kick in for some of the players. But we have a bit of a glimpse on RQ's Nip stats here. He's also on the rise of this RQ player.
Wow, and his weapons, M4 and Scar L. 2 weapons with different kinds of bullets, but pretty similar in terms of usage. So, not really like having that versatility in terms of like, okay, I want to go long range, for example. I want to go like super short range with the DBS. So he likes his regular spray. So he's keeping that as like 2 weapons who is that's versatile enough for him to use in different situations. So it's a unique composition. So far for some of the other players that we have highlighted, either for the most part they brought like an M4 and also a Mini 14, and that also will help in different kinds of situations. But for himself, he's sticking to something real safe.
I was going for a mid-range fight with those guns inside of Snape here, and they do make some contacts against TODAK, but nothing seems to be harming TODAK yet. None of the bullets seems to be connected, so TODAK, at least they got themselves some valuable information. There's going to be one team nearby with those shots early on, giving them so much intel that, we have to loot up pretty fast, because these teams might actually catching it hot behind our tails. Speaking of tailing, Great VIP and VOIN Donkey seems to be having some greeting as well.
Going to say hi, and that's about it. Not really going to visit each other. Focusing onto the circle, and I can totally understand that since the circle is on the right. So you want to get the key positions before other teams come in, as there's still like a certain percentage of water in the circle. So the naturally the key spots will be lesser than usual. So zooming past in, they know based on their timing, they still have that time, they still have that space, so might as well make the full use of it.
Waiting for the second stage to commence, and Roy, to avoid any conflicts early on, they are sharing around FaZe clan as well, if I'm not mistaken, based on their color scheme here. Rozhog barely inside of the circle, like how we know the circle, we just focus on Lipovka all the way. And I want to see Alter Ego's rotation as well. Do they yo-yo their way in and out, or do they stay where they're at, just wait it out for the other teams? Because I think they have to get information regarding the team's rotation too, so I assume they are on the move as well.
Will be interesting to see if they do that, but if I were to put my bet on, I would probably think that they would be comfortable in the circle for now, since the both guys quite comfy in terms of loot. They can spend the full team there absolutely fine. They probably would be able to get vehicles on the outside, and they will stay there after that. But for first blood instead, we're going to see Grid VIP scoring the first blood here out of BTR. Oh, nice elimination while they travel.
I do want to see who get eliminated, because Gen Force cannot afford to lose early on. How he actually brought the momentum back for the entirety of BTR. But BTR today is their first day, and they scored himself 22 points across the board. within their first day. That's still already a big number compared to VOIN. At least we don't have like Infinity, right? First half of the day didn't score anything. For this group, at least everybody progressed something when it comes to hitting the break and then getting another half of the day. So VOIN Donkey, they pretty much got an average of 2 points per map. But we're gonna have a replay now. He actually spotted out Satar.
Okay, Satar was at the rooftop, and they pulled the trigger first against Satar. So that was a quick work there onto him. BTR will be playing with 3 players. Should still be fine because they're in the circle, but we'll get a good view of how far or how deep are they in the circle. So wow, a lot of teams in the middle. But also we'll put a bit of focus onto GEEK fam now that they're close by with Crit VIP. But look at the circle, pushed towards the right with still about 50% of water.
I want to see somebody try to pull off the buggy on top of, the buggy inside of the water, and the players stand on top of it, and just a couple of nades being tossed from inside of the water, and just a couple of shots coming out from there as well. If anybody tried to do it, but it's going to be a bit of a steep slope on top of Lipovka, so it depends on if there's any other swimmers as well later on. Quite a big ratio of water still in it, but look at how crowded it can get within seconds there. Everybody moving except for Infinity. I think it's good for them to actually play a bit slower. But speaking of which, we have first grating between RRQ and Team Secret.
And here we go, and the POCO from the back, so they have Team Secret surrounded. GK will be eliminated, snipe knock. Oh, Drangzin fights back, he gets 3 by himself. Oh man, now RRQ only left with the POCO, and the POCO is out. Team Secret defended their ground, but they have to reset quickly. Look at the minimap, another team's coming by.
It's going to be PANDUM visiting and Crit VIP looking around, but the moment they're done with the fight, at least they have some reset. Yeah, unfortunately for RQ, after that chicken didn't run straight away off. At least they didn't end up with the 0. They got themselves 1 elimination out of Team Secret players here just now at a cost for Team Secret, but seems like nobody will challenge them. PANDUM made a U-turn and Crit VIP made a big U-turn as well the moment they spot out PANDUM coming into that equation. So I think everybody backing off from Team Seeker, so they'll be safe for now.
Yeah, so they have the space to reset. They lost 1 player, but it's a worthwhile trade-off. And they eliminated RRQ, one of the top teams. 64 points, make that 65 for RRQ. Still pretty okay, like what you said before. Not too worried about RRQ, so they can afford to drop this one.
Vampires, on the other hand, they're going for the V's. It's going to be VOIN Donkey next. Shrubs initiating the fight against Potato. And he got himself quite a clean one. The rest of Vampire just going to run him down. But unfortunately, Tony K caught in the nade of Schweppes. They're trying to finish off Potato just now. But fortunately, Nuzi can help Tony K back up. And the rest of VOIN Donkey already left. Despite they got some blunder due to the timing miscalculation just now. They're still going to be okay. But I think they're laughing at the moment. If you can actually see some camera of players' reaction.
Yeah. Well, it happens. It happens. I mean, they have been having a amazing 2 days, so to speak. So, one of those, it's going to be fine. And plus, they're in the situation that they can do pretty much anything. But for the circle, goes up north. Okay. Team PANDUM in the middle. And O2 clear up north unless another team would make a big long rotation going up, then they might challenge O2. But that's where O2 are preparing themselves. So we can see the 2 players, Jumper and Fredo, they're going towards Kid in preparation for the possibility of any team that might make that long rotation up north.
And I love the fact that O2 Esports is quite alert and aware regarding the circle rotation just now. The moment they saw the circle shifted towards their side, they're shrinking their spread, not getting it too wide, because it might be one of the players caught in the process of the migration later. But Alter Ego against VOIN Donkey, PANDUM against VOIN Donkey. It might be another team going against VOIN Donkey too, but Crit VIP, BTR, they're having fun with their vehicles up here.
Yeah, they want to seek revenge against Crit VIP now. So it looks like they will get 1 at least. Putra will be eliminated by Hansel. And they're looking for more. There's another member of Crit VIP still around. Okay, Halton is circling too, but they might leave this area. Okay, yeah, they're bailing this. 3 players from Crit VIP out.
GEEK fam spotted out Shrubs and Snoozy as well. Tony K will try to revive Shrubs. Zonix is doing so well for the side of GEEK fam, but unfortunately they lost Mika without any trade. There's going to be a bit of a loss on the side of GEEK fam, but seems like Audrey knows what he's doing. He's dropping a big one for a discount here. 2 for 1.
Yeah, from afar. And he could possibly get this elimination out of Tony K. One last tick of health left for Tony K. Will they be able to save him in time? But looks like the answer is no, because the zone happened to arrive as well to assist Audrey.
Unfortunately, Vampires, the zone keep running away from them this time. Same goes for GEEK fam. Now, these 2 teams, like it or not, they have to wrap things up. If not, they will overstay themselves in the blue, which will hurt for both parties, especially for GEEK fam, though. Point-wise, they're not too safe here. They definitely have to push their numbers up, because don't forget, tomorrow it's going to be another round for the teams.
Yeah, for some of these teams, it's going to be only today. Well, Vampire Esports, one of those teams that's only today, but yeah, already 96 points in the bag, and they could potentially get more. Now let's check out the replay here. Okay, this is the fight between RRQ and Team Secret, where RRQ crashed into Team Secret, but it was Chung Zin and his brilliance here to fend off 3 players from RRQ. I even landed the final blow. Oh, look at this. Look at this. Look at this, man. Okay, calm down. You gotta keep that. You gotta keep that muffle on.
He was super excited. That was a big swing by Trung Zin with that S12K, by the way. I mean, he didn't expect him to perform himself that well. That's just how surprised he was by himself. I mean, he discovered another potential, hidden potential, and the hidden talents within himself. So hopefully he can actually keep it forward. But for GEEK fan, unfortunately, they will have to take the small shack just now to take covers, and were running away from Vampires. And speaking of GEEK fam, they cannot afford to go down early, because this is their last run of Erangel. They are in Group C.
Yeah. So they have to make the most out of it. But unfortunately, Flippy can't make anything out of this round as Rosemary eliminates him. Zero is making his travel. Rosemary spots him out, but not able to pull out his trigger in time. Instead, Achol and Maxius will now be in the fight. Okay, Zero have arrived. Okay, they have their information. They know who's in the building, and they will eliminate the final member of VOIN Donkey. MORPH scores that 1 point. VOIN Donkey out at 0.
And the one that I'm watching at the kill feed is going to be PANDUM. They have been aggressively trying to rotate and proactively finding their target, sweeping every single team from behind here, bulldozing their way through at the center of the circle. And their target next is going to be MORPH, who clustered up together, and they have plenty of hand grenade to be deployed of. But the thing is, there's too many noises out there. It's a bit of distracting scenario for the side of PANDUM. But Vampires don't have a cannonball, they go straight in the center.
Well, here we go. Shrubs is knocked by Rosemary from afar. Voyager knocked down Stone. Looks like Vampire Esports down to only 1 player, and he's not together with his other team. It's on the other side based on the minimap. And Vampire Esports, well, even though if they drop this round with minimum points as of now, 2 points, between them and Team PANDUM, the gap is quite big. It's like 33 points, so they will still be at number 1.
It's a significant gap, and they're not going empty-handed here as well. They just try to finish off their run with the triple digit. Now, that's going to be only 1 player left for Vampires, but on the side of TODAK, it's going to be a bit of a hike against BTR. The curve of the terrain, as per usual, will make it not easy for the teams. And there's also vegetations, and we have another crash here by Roy.
Oh, here we go. Linux gets something out of this, and now BTR still has Roy in front of them. Car behind that vehicle. And here we go. Nades will be sent across on the car. They have an idea that Car is there. So Car, he is not safe at all. 1 more will not connect. And BTR, they're done. Okay, we're done with Nades. Okay, let's come here. Come on and fight.
Yep, BTR not too patient regarding Car's play here. They're trying to take over the elevation, and the high ground will be such a high value for them to see XERXIA on the other end. But Carr, he still got himself covered, but not so long. Lapar drop a big one. That's the last of Roy.
Out without any points this round. So they will be stuck at 50 points. Looking to do well in the final 2 rounds because the bare minimum based on data is 80 points and above. The magical number, that is. Okay, let's check out the circle now. Circle still shifts towards the right side. Crit VIP hugging the corner all the way on the right. Newsy is there together with them, the final member of Vampire Esports. So as he move forward, he will meet up with Crit VIP there.
I'm looking at how BTR want to play this. They do have some slight advantage with those elevations. Crit VIP, low ground, but they do have compound. And they might be visited by Newsy coming up from the shoreline. He's swimming over towards Crit VIP's compound on the far right. Team Secret, they are gatekeeping against FaZe Clan who try to cut across, but PANDUM coming up from the slightly south side going against another team. There's going to be like, what, 5 teams in this very small minimap. It's going to be a back behind Team Secret. It's going to be Infinity waiting for opportunity to sneak away a couple of points from being a third party.
Oh, look at this. Damn Root taken out. Audrey down as well by the hands of Rosemary. Cleon gets Audrey. So that's a steal away by Cleon from TODAK. Man, definitely TODAK, they need the points in. Although today is just only their first day. Rosemary knocked down by Hansjil. We need a visual of what's happening on the other side of the map.
It's going to be a bit of a rowdy fight here. The brawl has happened between all the teams, and the distance between them seems to be a bit too close. GEEK fam, unfortunately, I don't see Sonics climbing up there. TODAK's keeping an eye just so tight. They have to cross the street as an open space as well. PANDUM will make sure they cannot see another light here. And GEEK fam, this is trouble because their points not so great. There's only 2 more maps to go.
48 points as of now, and if they don't keep up with the pace of the magical number 80, then we might need to see them in the last chance qualifiers. But FaZe Clan now coming in, eliminating Jumper. Kid shows up. Mormon is there to knock him back down.
Mormon spotted out another one. Fredo just coming in to give his bodies away, and that's the rest of W2D2 Esports. Despite they got early stage of the circle, they couldn't make it through.
Well, it is going to be O2 eliminated next. But anyway, today is their first day. They still have tomorrow, whatever it is. But for Team PANDUM, wow, look at this. Raining down the nades onto MORPH. And now they will go in. Oh, hopefully it's not going to be an accident. Okay, no accidents there. Let's go. Rush in. Team PANDUM. Achu going to lead the charge.
Well, PANDUM is actually on the aggressive side, but thanks to TODAK, PANDUM will survive despite they have 2 members knocked down. They can reset as long as BTR does start to butt into this business, but it's going to be a clear day for them to have the revive going on.
Oh, man. Team PANDUM. Oh! Now somebody wants to claim. Team Secret from afar. Break will now go in to break them down to pieces. Okay, who is still in? Okay, Dimsy is still in and he's kicking in the revive to his other teammates. Break tries to get as close as possible, but at the same time, the Blue will put pressure onto him and he needs to move forward. Now, at the same time, he lobs a nade across just to continue on the pressure onto Team PANDUM.
Unless TODAK save PANDUM again from the rush of Break. But that's a very tight corner on the side of PANDUM. It's pretty difficult and they might not survive because Max will join in Break to go in for the push.
Oh, and it's actually TODAK taking out a couple of members of Team PANDUM, stealing away from Break, and now Break DBS. Okay, nowhere to go, nowhere to hide. It's going to be fairly difficult now. Okay, Break reloading. Comes in. Okay, less than 1 shot, but wait a second! We are seeing here a comeback, and Break just got broken down!
Oh, Team Secret and Jabranki managed to survive this one out by himself with the 4 eliminations. We have another contender, TODAK, pushing in with 9, prepping up the nade. It's going to be another DBS fight. Here comes the nade coming in. Jabranki managed to avoid the explosion entirely.
Oh, still alive. Okay, can you do it for the second time? Molly active. So it's not going to be easy for 9 to move forward. So Breaky has the time to heal up. But he's only 50% of health. Okay. Takes another corner now. Uses his first aid. 9 circling around. And 9 taking his sweet time, allowing Jobranki to kill up. And now Jobranki is ready with the DBS. Let's go.
S12K versus DBS, who will like to win this one. Unfortunately, the Blues are on his side, and 9 got the slight elevation. The Blue forced him to get out anyway. But PANDUM, what a fight by Jobranki just now.
Oh yeah, I know, right? By himself defending that shack. If not because of the Blue, then the story might be different. But anyway, now FaZe Clan is up north together with 3 other teams, including Nuzi, who swam up north and now he docked himself. He's starting to shoot based on the minimap. Will be a surprise for teams up there. But now we have BTR, and BTR is up against TODAK.
TODAK trying to run away from Hansel's DBS, but still going to be TODAK winning over this side. TODAK scored in 8 eliminations, yeah. But unfortunately, the moment we give them the highlight, one of them being knocked down is going to be Great VIP challenging them straight head on.
Okay, here we go. Lynx now trying to get the circling vehicle of Crit VIP, and that's Iron Pro at the driver's seat. Iron Pro? Focus on to get into the circle instead. TODAK still has Lynx together with 9. Now they pop up the smoke. They do have vehicles though, so it's still okay for them. Another team that's traveling right now is going to be the Infinity. The Infinity now in top 5. Okay, they come in, they knock down 9.
Oh, finally they get themselves a 4 to survive. And once they have 4 players, seems like they will last long enough. They got themselves the top 4. This is what we talked about before. As long as they can stay intact, 4 players, they're going to be okay for Infinity. That's the secret recipe for them.
Oh yeah, and now the Infinity with the full squad in the top 4. Who knows what might happen here for the Infinity. As for Crit VIP, Helton is knocked down, and there's no way that our boy can save him. At most, our boy can try to land those long-range shots, and that's about it. For now, I believe most of the teams, they'll be waiting for the next stage of the circle, stage 7, before deciding on where to go next. And now, stage 7 it is. It goes again to the right where FaZe Clan is at.
XERXIA versus FaZe Clan. The one that's really desperate is going to be Infinity, but right now going for the coastline is going to be Mormon firing onto XERXIA. XERXIA, Nui down, sliding down he goes. But FaZe Clan, they lost 2 men early on, down to Mormon and Nonsense. It's going to be 6 eliminations to the back of FaZe Clan if they go down now, but they don't want to finish off without the chicken. Nui got bombed down instead. Megamind, can he follow through and try to go for the rescue?
Oh, 1 nade onto him, 2nd nade onto him, and it's Mormon with the 2nd nade to knock down Megamind. XERXIA, they fall apart to the hands of FaZe Clan.
Leaving with only 1 player. Here comes the Nate to finish things off, but Mega Earth can revive for RNJ. Now Mega Earth have to buy him time, so RNJ can reset himself. Mega Mine on the other end will bleed out dry, but Onza's down on the ground. It's gone down to 2v1. Mormon couldn't pick out this. Another shot's coming in from Infinity.
Oh, Mormon needs to heal up quickly. Onzas is currently down. Oh, now the nade starts to rain down again. But the target is more towards XERXIA, as God Tooney will knock down Mega Earth. RNJ is going to be the final active member for XERXIA. Again, nade after nade after nade, lob the cross, hoping for them to land onto RNJ. But instead, it is RNJ with the wonder nade to eliminate FaZe Clan.
Golden Nade drop big by RNJ, but it's not a done deal yet. XERXIA have to reset quickly and hope that Great VIP will start taking action against Infinity, so they can have a bit of space and time to reset themselves. But Infinity, they still have a full squad. Right now, they can have that chicken. They are in that dire position, need to get themselves the points.
Woo! Okay, it could be Infinity's moment, like what you said, right? Man, they do have this rooftop, so they have a vantage point against XERXIA. And now all eyes on to XERXIA, waiting for XERXIA to show themselves. But XERXIA will not do that easily. But stage 8 circle might force them to. Now we are heading on to that. But Mega Earth still needed down by Tiger X. Okay, now XERXIA only at RNG left.
So waiting for Great VIP to make an initiation for the fight, but it's going to be Tourniquet that spotted out the rest of Great VIP. Now, how do they respond to this information on the side of Infinity? XERXIA left with 1 player around the coastline, but Infinity, they can slowly try to push in towards Great VIP.
And here we go. Stage 8 circle it is. And we can see here movement by Grid VIP onto RNJ. RNJ needs to face off against Grid VIP, but at the same time he has to be careful not to overexpose himself to the infinity. Our boy will lead the charge, and that one nade by our boy. RNJ is out. 3 eliminations for XERXIA.
Aside of Infinity, they got quite a number of eliminations in their bag. 6 for Grid VIP now. A boy is on the rush to take the chicken here, but Infinity do have the circle and the compound. The last stage, which is going to be stage number 9, there will be no more circle, and that's down to the Blues and who will get trapped first.
Whew. Right now, it looks like Infinity, they don't really have the circle. They need to move a bit forward. That's why they're popping up the smoke. But anyway, they have the numbers against Good VIP. So it's looking good now for the Infinity. Okay, let's go. They just need to confirm, lock in the chicken dinner now.
Clustered up together, Grid VIP. This is not the best position here. Almost knocked down on a boy. It's go time now, and it's going to be another nade galore, but there's more nade on the side of Infinity. They have more hands to toss it with. I Am Pro, at least they try to open up the angle, but a boy can heal up. They will try to respond with nades back, but it's back to the hold for these two teams.
Okay, here we go. Gotuni tries to get as close as possible. That's why he's opened up the smoke. And we are at stage 9. Oh, nade! Onto our boy. Okay, that was a close one here. Infinity, they're still not done with the nades though, but they should be over soon. Okay, once they're done with the nades, once the smoke comes up, this is the moment for the Infinity to wrap it up.
Oh yeah, Great VIP, they will be pressured by the blue first, but they found themselves a loophole here. I Am Pro knocked down on 1. It's still going to be 3 Infinity players, but the blues start to close in. I Am Pro, they have to make a move, but where to go? No more smokes for Great VIP. How to advance forward with the entire crew? Infinity still there, 3 of them versus 2 of Great VIP.
Oh, that will be the puzzle that they need to solve right now. 3 touch will be taken over. It's over. Tony K! No, by I Am Pro! Great VIP now going down with another 5, and Gotuni gets the knockdown to I Am Pro, and the Infinity! This is the break that they needed. Just like yesterday, after coming in from the break, they start to perform again. The Infinity, winner, winner, chicken dinner.
With their numbers of eliminations, they definitely will push themselves from their stagnant place on the second page. But will it be enough? But if it even is not enough, at least they have a better start if they were forced to play the last chance stage.
Yeah, at least if they get into the last chance stage, these points might be crucial for them. Now, how many eliminations is there? 5 eliminations for the Infinity. Not the biggest of numbers, but for the Infinity, they'll take whatever at this point.
15 points in total, with Got Tony leading the damage at 429 with that as 12k. But it was a bit not the cleanest wrap around for that chicken dinner, but still it makes it work for Infinity. Now that's going to be the secret recipe. They need all 4 men alive to secure that chicken. It's either one go down early and all go with it. It's all or nothing. That's it. Got Tony will be the MVP with 2 eliminations and 32% of team contribution. But I think Infinity, if they stick with their guns here, like how they play just now, they can have better pointers and better start, even if they're being forced into last chance here.
Yeah, and besides the Infinity, we also got to highlight Grid VIP, who came in at second place despite them having only a full squad time of 12 minutes 13 seconds. FaZe Clan rotated all the way to that edge as well. Managed to come up here as one of the highlight teams. And we got TODAK, who won good amount of fights from the outer side of the circle, coming in to be here in one of the top teams for this round. So great work by all these teams in our match recap, with the Infinity coming in as the chicken dinner winners. But let's relive the best moments from our final Erangel in day 2.
priceless reaction we're getting for the player camp here for this round. Last wrangle of C, B versus C, especially for Group C. It's going to be their last round of wrangle just now. Infinity's got themselves 15, what they needed in the last Erangel map here today, with Crit VIP at 13 points. We have 4 teams with a double digit here, including FaZe Clan at 12 points and TODAK at 11 points on the 4th place.
And Alter Ego and Team Secret. Barney didn't play some points to be on page 1, 7 eliminations and 6 eliminations respectively. But on the following page, Roy and VOIN Donkeys are 2 teams to not collect points at all. And I'm looking over at some of the teams from Group C as well. So let's see here. GEEK Fam, only 1 point. RRQ, only 1 point. But RRQ, with 2 more rounds to go, they could still collect points. They're still okay with 65 points that they have collected so far.
It's still within reach for them to get 20 points in the next 2 maps that's remaining for RRQ coming up from Group C. PANDUM, I think they still need to push. Don't forget we have one more Group A playing tomorrow. These are the Group C we're talking about. If they want to be safe, it's going to be in the 80s for PANDUM. RRQ is within reach. But for the others though, especially when it comes to teams that done with 10 matches, more being pushed down all the way to second page after the Infinity get themselves those chicken dinner.
Yeah, so more objectively points wise, 31. 2 more rounds to go, unless they come up with double chicken dinner back to back with a huge amount of eliminations together with it, then yeah, that's cool. If not, then we might need to see them in the last chance qualifiers.
Well, despite we don't see a lot of Rosemary today, but it's still going to be a lot of knockdowns by Rosemary. The sad award goes to him this time with 7 knocks. Mormon got himself 5 knockdown as well. I think that's why we can see a bit of frustration here. But Trung just now, that was a priceless reaction. He clashed himself with those shotgun play just now, taking off the ear mufflers just because he was super excited about it. And we have Crit VIP and Bro also getting into the top 4.
Yeah, and he got a replay for that. So great work. Great work by him. Yeah. So here we go. Final 2 Miramar matches before we wrap things up. And obviously this is going to be the first time this grouping plays Miramar. So the drops, the rotations and all that, teams will need to be really adaptable this time, because yeah, there's no solid data.
But personally, I really love today's player's reaction. That was one of the most golden time I actually, you know, the surprise. He was surprised by himself of his own performance. That's so cute and funny at the same time.
And just to add on, right, there's no small team. It's RRQ. So I can understand the excitement there. Yeah, I mean, it's RRQ, right? It's like, oh, the same feeling is like, oh, you clash for the big teams like Alter Ego, like BPR and all that, and that was RRQ. So great work. And the final one was against the POCO, the Terminator for RRQ, and he still won it.
And in the flashy way, that the way he plays it, it was blowing his own mind, not just our mind there. I mean, the way he reacts to it, it was something that we can never see. Like a different like it's so rare for us to see that kind of reaction. We always see this frustration when they have some knockdown, like how Mormon actually, you know, the slam's gonna always be there because it's so close for them every single time. We had some laugh as well between the players when something didn't work out for them. It's a funny weird way to go, and they know how awkward it was. But that one, surprised by his own performance, that's something else.
Yeah, you don't get to see that all the time, okay? That excitement until like you open your earmuffs and everything else, and yeah, you gotta get the marshal to work. Yeah, that was definitely something. That would go down the history books there for himself for sure. Expect a lot of clips to happen for that one.
Yeah, he was like, he's taking off earmuffs. I was like, did you guys see that? Just to say that, you know. But he was still alive during that time. And I don't know if his teammates can actually catch up what he said because he took off everything. But yeah, I agree. The marshal definitely will help him to put back his gears right on the spot. But speaking of the next team, Miramar map, this is where the tie seems to be the specialist here.
Oh yeah, based on the stats, right, the Thais do like this map. So teams like FaZe Clan, as you can see here on screen, potentially might do well based on the stats. And for FaZe Clan, well, they still have tomorrow. So whatever it is, it's still okay for them. They still have the games in hand. But can't say the same for Roy though. They're not too far away from the potential magical number of 80. So they just need to work out these 2 rounds. Same goes for RRQ as well, who got eliminated early. And I'm pretty sure they totally didn't expect that sort of big clutch there by Trangzin.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, even the man himself did not expect that. How can the others expect that as well, right? But speaking of Group C, the only team that's quite safe for Group C right now, probably just going to be Vampires. I'm not going to put RRQ down yet because RRQ feels like it still seems shaky right now. As long as they don't hit in the 80s, that's never going to be a safe spot.
Yeah, 80 is now still the magical number. So far, only Vampire has hit it. Yeah. So even though it's like 60 and then you feel like, yeah, 60, we're like 2, 3 and all that, but let's not forget that A and B still has games. But let's check out this game.
Two more maps to go, starting from the very north flight path here, from all the way of Campo Melita, and it's all the way down southwest, possibly, or maybe southeast, who knows, but we're gonna have to wait and see for the flight path. Oh, it's actually not. It's actually across the other side. We're gonna have truck stop. We actually have a different view, just, and that was a nice view, by the way. Quite generous flight path here today, which means it's gonna be a tough circle, maybe.
Since it's the last 2 games for Group C, might as well. I mean, the final irregular circle was kind of difficult as well because it got pushed like towards the end. So it forced a lot of teams to like be in an awkward position. Lucy had to swim, so they really had to play by that very edge and so on and so forth. So that circle was interesting and challenging at the same time. Now, with this one, yeah, it's high time now that we get to see the challenging circle because we haven't really got like a challenging circle, at least for week 2 in Miramar.
As long as not Los Leones, I'm fine with it. That's all I hope for right now. But we gotta wait for the circle to pop to call it out for the day, yeah? When it comes to the first Miramar, so it's gonna be... maybe we're gonna go straight on top of the right side by the end of the day. Impala probably will be it. I believe in that.
Okay. All right. We're hopeful for that. Yeah. But we're also hopeful to see like teams on page 2 from Group C to put up another performance. Like, okay, great Infinity, cool, scored that chicken dinner. The next closest one is MORPH, 31 points. So at least it kind of, if they do well as well, then at least it kind of like average out the points. So that will make like the race for the top 8 directly into Super Sunday more interesting, rather than like you have like 3-4 teams that ran away with it. Then it gets like kind of obvious till the end of the day tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm looking at the overall group stage points here for week number 2, right? Despite you're not playing for Group A, most of them are still taking the top 16 spot up there, or even the top 10 here, despite they're not playing. That speaks something else entirely. When it comes to Group A, maybe Group A is actually the group of death this week, based on the firepower and their performance despite not playing it. Wow. Hunted Vespa.
Okay. I thought he didn't like the pink Vespa. He wants to go for the green Vespa, but okay. Loyalty is still there, so yeah, stick with the pink
Props
Vespa.
him.
I'll take the pink Vespa any day anyway.
Our top Miramar 4-8 BTR is actually leading it, despite we thought it's going to be a lot of Thai region teams, but when it comes to average eliminations, 5.7. I'm surprised because I thought RRQ would be one of the top here, because we always see RRQ when it comes to getting those high grounds. Alsa and Nepeko pretty good at keeping their pace with the circle rotation and getting those high grounds.
Yeah, we saw that one time when they block out Sem9 in a very good position on the high ground of Power Grid. It worked out so well for them. But maybe those stats, if you were just to be like objective of the stats, right? They are based on like eliminations, right? So by blocking out, maybe not necessarily they would get the eliminations. They like block, cool, spot, they land warning shots and all that. It did hit and so on and so forth. But securing that eliminations maybe has been difficult for RRQ.
I think not just RRQ, securing elimination has been super hard these days for any team. There's so many set plays here. We're talking about Roy's pretty good at that. GEEK fan, we've seen a lot of times they're getting themselves a third party every single time, steals away, especially Team Secret too. Team Secret has been great when it comes to stealing those eliminations at the very last minute as well. But speaking of Vampires, 2 more points to go for them to hit the 100 mark, and they are safe for Super Sunday 100% right now. The rest of Group C, not so much.
Yeah, Vampire, they can do whatever, it's fine. But that also means that for a team that has nothing to lose at this moment, it will be very disruptive to teams who really, really need the points. So if Vampire ever shows up, it's not a bad idea to, if for whatever reason or however, they know that team is Vampire, to avoid these teams who have the mentality of, right, nothing to lose now.
But the one that really have nothing to lose is going to be just Vampires, yeah. Because the others, we did mention about last chance stage, they still have to carry forward their points. So there's still a lot to lose. The only one without any losing points is going to be Vampires. So they can try and challenge Vampires, but you know these guys, their firepower is no joke, man. Especially when it comes to week number 2. I don't know what happened and how they did when they rediscuss their week 1 performance. It's a different team entirely compared to last week.
Yeah, and they still look fairly motivated, I would say. Probably the final Erangel match was a bit of an outlier, but generally, I'm pretty sure they're still pretty motivated. So, motivated with nothing to lose. I mean, that's like the perfect combination for Vampire. So, in theory, it still sounds like the team that you might want to avoid if you happen to meet them on the battleground.
PANDUM not avoiding RRQ, or maybe they just did. It's slightly a U-turn. We saw 3 teams just now across this map. So RRQ, VOIN Donkey, there's one. Yep, PANDUM, VOIN Donkey, and RRQ. That's going to be the 3 teams. Happen to be colliding early on. So I don't know. RRQ, they need to end their round and end their run of week 2 at around the 80s. It's still within reach within these 2 maps.
Yeah. So they are like what, 15 points away from 80. So if we divide into 2, then that's like 7.5. Then all of a sudden it sounds like kind of realistic for RRQ, especially RRQ, a team that is capable of coming up with good fights. Well, the outlier was the previous round, but there was Drangzin just being brilliant. Gotta give it to him as well. Credit to the guy who came up with a great defense against RRQ. But in general, RRQ is a heavy hitter team.
Super heavy hitter. This is going to be one of the maps they should love. But nobody taken out any first blood yet, so we're going to have to wait and see. Especially O2. I mean, we can see very 2 different sides here by week number 2. Some teams, when they don't feel like they have enough confidence with their firepower because of how aggressive and heavy hitters these other teams can get, they resort to playing it extremely conservative, playing so much in the blue zone, including O2 eSports.
Yeah, and I guess can't really blame them though. I guess they would assess their own capabilities as well, and to a certain extent they try to play with something that would work for them and try to get as many points as possible. It does look like the situation for O2 right now, try to get as many points as possible. They are looking like, okay, let's aim to do well in the last chance qualifiers, just like how they did last week, to be in the Super Sunday again. Because by that time, you enter last chance qualifiers. The positive note is that the top of the cream of the crop teams have already qualified. So then you face up with the others. But now looking at the circle, okay, this circle I like. It is tough. It is difficult. Limited high grounds here.
As long as it just don't ping pong itself the north later on, that's what I hope for right now, because it's all south all the way. That's gonna be fun. There's gonna be some grounds. Whoever got himself some high grounds. We do know there's deep valleys on South Los Leones. Has been quite a famous spot for this season in a lot of Miramar maps. So whoever already mastered it will definitely give them a huge privilege later on, an advantage too. But RRQ, we mentioned about how they fought against that one Trunks in before. Are they traumatized by that since they're not taking the fight back? But at least for Nepek, oh no, he's not covered by anything. That's clear shot for GK.
That is going to be out. So first blood for Shunos from Roy. For the rest of RRQ, looks like they will lose Fnatic. Oh man, okay. One last player left with 16 teams still in the game. Okay, it's not looking good for RRQ.
This is going to be a second last map at that. I'm kind of worried for Group C right now because of how such a major difference between the first and the others. I'm talking about Vemba is the only one that actually capable of keeping their 100% spot of Super Sunday. And RRQ and PANDUM also coming up from Group C. They're barely reaching out to 80s here. And if you compare with Group A is not playing it today, they have a lot of heavy hitters there as well. We're talking about they are at around 50s and 40s, a lot of them. So it's going to be any time now this team's going to get pushed down by tomorrow.
Yeah, I agree. There's a reason to be afraid of Group A when they return tomorrow. But we're going to see a few knocks and eliminations. Roy, right after they scored the elimination against RRQ, they lost 2 players. So this is where it's a sign that it's starting to get compact. So these teams are starting to meet each other, even though we're at stage 2, not even at stage 3 yet. So expect more to come on stage 3 if that's the case.
Due to the hot shift of circle just now, a lot of players seems to meeting up during the rotations. And everybody try to book themselves those high grounds due to how uneven the terrain is. We do know how difficult the terrain will be at. So many valleys, so many middle grounds, high grounds, low grounds, even the very bottom down there at the shoreline. So worst case scenario, some of them resort to swimming, but it's going to be back ping pong on the north, slightly north. So back towards the valleys that the usual place we've seen. And latecomers, to eSport, they have to take around the compounds, low grounds first, just to not be revealed by towards the other side of the team.
Yeah, so could play a bit safe, but Snape cannot play it safe. Oh, there you go. He managed to land one shot. Achula is pretty low. And Snape is now on the chase with his AUG, and he will get that knock. But look at the minimap. The other members of Team PANDUM are on their way. Snape not able to secure that elimination point yet. And now Snape, the door is closed. Even the Molly was a bit late, and in fact he burned himself. Oh man, this is turning from bad to worse for Snape.
And he's the last member for RQ, and they didn't score anything for this round. And they have only one more map to go, and how can they hit in their 80s by end of this round with just one map?
Well, final game, 15 points. That must be their goal. That's like the bare minimum now. So, man, I mean, 2 rounds in a row, 0. They need to make a big comeback in the final round.
They have a shot for booking themselves straight to Super Sunday. That's going to be super frustrating for RRQ for their back-to-back. No progress performance there. You don't want to mount all the pressure up to the last map here, but they have no choice. They have to go back to the drawing board, reassess what needs to be fixed. And maybe probably just going to change the drop spot or just force the fight early on, because they cannot play it too safe for the next round as well.
Okay, if we were to break it down, right, it's one chicken dinner with 5 eliminations. So they could still somewhat play that and show up at the final circle if that's going to be the math. But PANDUM, no math here. It's all physics as they get physical with FaZe Clan.
For PANDUM, unfortunately down to 2 players. They're also pretty much in the same spot as RRQ, but at least have a bit better advantage with 73 points. 72, make it almost 3. With a Chul dropping a big nade to a side of FaZe Clan, which also left with 2 players. It's going to be 2v2 unless PANDUM going to go for the rescue first.
And the rescue is coming in from Team Z onto Jobranki. But look at the minimap. There are other teams around, and we kind of expect that with this high ground situation. Everybody is kind of close to each other. While we observe the next phase of the circle. Okay, here we go. No wonder that Team PANDUM and also FaZe Clan are interested in each other, because the circle is, well, one thing is there. Second thing is that the position is kind of nice.
It's going to be a lot of thinning of crowd from south. MORPH the only one that will capitalize on the northern side. Vampires, I think they will try and challenge MORPH in that way. But there's a huge street in between, divided the map into 2 sides here.
Yeah, so all the best cutting across, but we're going to put back focus on the Team PANDUM versus FaZe Clan. And Onza's been eliminated. Team PANDUM dominating, but FaZe Clan, they fire back. But Momo, the final member of FaZe Clan, is not able to pull off a clutch. And Team PANDUM won the fight, but they have to reset quickly because Team Secret is coming.
At least FaZe Clan, they have another day tomorrow, so I wouldn't be too worried for FaZe Clan being eliminated this early. But for PANDUM, they cannot afford to lose any members now. At least they have a great jump start with their first Miramar jump. 7 elimination points. All they need to secure is going to be around probably 10 more points by the end of the day. Because even in the 80s, last week did not secure that for PANDUM. So they want to be 100% sure they'll make it in for this Super Sunday, since they got stuck in Group C again for this week. But GEEK fam, they are the one that kind of risky enough to take this fight, and they're not having too many points for Super Sunday yet.
Yeah, so GEEK fam, they could use these points. Currently at 48, but one of the players currently knocked, and GK now has a high ground against GEEK fam, but DAMRUD is on top. GK is super duper low right now. GK will be knocked down. DAMRUD, nice support fire there to block out the flank from GK.
But there's also TODAK watching here outside. Trong and the rest of Team Secret, they cannot be too comfortable just focusing on GEEK fam, but at least they're given the space here, because TODAK definitely not opening fire. Now shots coming in, and they being surrounded by so many teams in between. GEEK fam and Team Secret seems to be the center of attention within 4 other teams around them.
Here we go, Mika comes out of the smoke, fires onto the other side. Bomb Max puts pressure back into the building. Comes in right now, circles around. Mika is low, and Mika will be knocked down by Break. Sonic's eliminated as well. Looks like GEEK fam only DAMRUD left, and it is GenForce visiting DAMRUD.
It's gonna be mano to mano. GenForce, the only person that coming in, but BTR is joining as well. Here comes the entire cavalry of BTR. DAMRUD have to hold this ground by himself. No DBS in his hands. Only Mini 14 and the rifle. And DAMRUD already prepping the nade, but thankfully BTR actually will be hold their momentum a bit before they finish off DAMRUD. But on the side of Team Secret, they're the one winning this. BTR surprised by the surprise attack of Team Secret just now.
Well, straight on rush in there. I'm interested to see what's happening on the left side of the mini-map there. We have 2 overlapping colors. Okay, now we do have it on screen. Roy and VOIN Donkeys. Okay, Roy in this cave. VOIN Donkeys just above them. But both sides still in this circle. Stage 5, they might not get the circle. So VOIN Donkey, they're playing the patience game against Roy.
But Roy, if the circle favors slightly to the south, they can still stay in the back cave for quite some time here. It's all next, down to a couple of seconds to go, but high chance you're going to move on north. MORPH going to have really a clear view towards the northern side, and there's going to be a big street, just making it so difficult for the players to cross the other side. And there's so many teams still on the southern side of a circle, even on the outside of it.
I know, right? This is where it's going to be real fun down south. Yeah. Going to expect, okay, this fight is definitely going to happen. This is definitely going to be one of the fights. Roy and VOIN Donkeys. at this moment, it does look like VOIN Donkey just need to play the guardian role. I don't see Roy coming out of this situation. It's either the blue will take him down or VOIN Donkey will.
But problem with VOIN Donkey, if they want to guard this the longest time, the Blues will hit this in less than 5 seconds. Now in Razek just overcommit himself to a side of Roy. They might actually made a comeback here for Roy. Can't manage to find an opening, but the rest of VOIN Donkey try to scout what's across the other side. We have to deal with this thing first. Blues then start to hit on Roy. I don't think they can make it out alive, but VOIN Donkey, they have to leave now.
Okay, VOIN Donkeys. Unfortunately, that overextension, one of the players got punished for it. Junos managed to get away thanks to that as well. But he's not in the circle yet. Now there's another team in front of them. And Junos takes his time to heal up as he's preparing himself to the possible clash with maybe Team Secret.
O2 Esports gonna rush straight into VOIN Donkey next. Amazer taking charge of the lead and follow up by his member Fredo. And there's gonna be an easy cleanup on the side of O2 Esports to the side of VOIN Donkey, but it's gonna be BTR and Team Secret next.
Nice move there by Amazal to circle around, and great quick decision making by O2. Potato, 10% of health left. He is inside the circle. Hopefully he's able to heal up. Okay, he does have this med kit. While Max is knocked down by Lapar somewhere else. A lot more fights here happening on the southern side now. We might see the next one involving the Infinity and TODAK.
Shuno's definitely not going to take any actions here. He just waited out. But Infinity might actually spot him there. TODAK is actually trying on the move. There's too many crowd here on the south. There's not enough space for everybody to share. Got Tunny will exchange blow with Team Secret break. BTR a bit busy against O2 Esports, and Shuno's just going to do Shuno's things. Waiting out his right time to pop his head.
Tiger X, C-Strong's in. Tries to fire onto him, but his Mirado is protecting him. Genforce will come by Kid from O2. And free touch right now. He's prepping himself up. Lapar will be taken out by Kid. Looks like BTR is out at number 13 with 2 elimination points thanks to O2 Kid. And now the Infinity. They need to hike up this hill. On top of them waiting is going to be Team Secret. But behind them is going to be Cleon from TODAK.
TODAK still have 3 members alive. A bit far for 9 to actually give cover fire though. Infinity on the other hand, they have to pick and choose which side they want to fight first. Seems like a bit messy here on the side of Infinity. They're losing too many men too fast. Well, O2 Esports want to butt into this and get themselves some extra points. O2 Kid is having different idea entirely. Going all the way north by himself. Scatter out the rest of PANDUM. But the circle shifted again. It's going to be Alter Ego in the center. And MORPH, unfortunately, is not on their side this time.
Well, the fight at the southern side continues on as O2 will try to find their way through. They are on the outer side of the circle. The Infinity on the lower ground. Break on the left side. I mean, so many teams here. I can see at least like 5 teams on this minimap now. Break is the final member of Team Secret. It does look like O2 do not know his presence there.
Yep, this is dangerous. I think Jumper have some general idea. He did actually see this one. Yep, he's definitely scouted out Team Secret break. And that's going to be the last player. Jumper going in for the rush. But he has to wrap things up quickly because they're just climbing up too. They have the entire crew of O2. Maisel definitely tried to save Jumper here. But the problem is Fredo is a bit far from the rest. And Kid is going back in a U-turn to save his mate. But the problem for O2 Esports, time is not on their side. We have XERXIA, we have Infinity, and we have TODAK. Cutting across that is going to be difficult. That street is going to be a lot of graveyard down there.
Links shoots from the back. Nui managed to get away. He's just going to ignore entirely. I mean, he's also aware that there's a lot of players, a lot of teams now. So he has to focus on to get into the circle. But Links needed back down. And that's going to be the point given to XERXIA. And at this moment, TODAK looks like they only have 2 active players left and they're quite scattered around, so Lynx might not be safe.
A lot of formations broken here due to surprise attack around the valleys of this uneven terrain. O2 Esports Jumper trying to clear up every corner as much as possible. Spot out Infinity from above. A clear shot at that. And Jumper try to finish off the rest, but the problem is the Blue Zone will start to swarm these players anytime now. Mega Earth also coming up from flank. Infinity cornered down to 0 perhaps.
Oh, Infinity right now, one last player with very little health. Make that none, and that is it. The Infinity out with 1 elimination. So 2 points together with their place on points. O2 is still not out of it just yet. Now Kid is making his way, but the moment Kid travel, try to get into the circle. 0 is there waiting for him, and Jumper is down as well. And looks like O2 only down to Fredo left.
And Amazel is still there, so they have Amazel that actually alive for the side of O2 Esports. But XERXIA, they're down to 3 players, 1 knockdown. They had some supreme run on the southern side just now. Scored himself 7 eliminations across the board. But XERXIA, they tried to cross the street, which is going to be super difficult as long as they got himself enough smoke. The question is, do they have any?
Oh, Amazon. He's by the edge of the circle, so he can still hold on to this area. For now, that is for now. Hoping for XERXIA to be distracted by other teams. Maybe MORPH, maybe VOIN Donkeys, so that he can maybe last a bit longer, but no vehicle, have to cross the road. This is the worst situation for him. Unless he can backstab XERXIA to get 1 or 2 points. Oh, there you go, there you go. That's the backstab he's looking for. 2 in the pocket of Mazel.
Oh, he might as well just clutch it entirety of XERXIA by himself. And Maza, despite no smoke, no problem. All he needs to have is just that one vehicle as a barricade. All he needs to find is last player, which can be Nui. He definitely see some splash of the explosion just now while he tried to finish off RNJ, but it's gonna be Flippy on the other side. Nui being just hammed down 2 ways, a sandwich between O2 Esports and Flippy.
Here we go! Amazon! Clutch XERXIA from the back, but he's not out of it yet. Now he has MORPH to deal with, and MORPH, they heard the commotion. They know that there's at least 1 more player there.
MORPH have been quiet all this while. They're the only team coming up from the northern side of a circle. Now finally taking some actions and put it into work. Potato, VOIN Donkey, waiting for somebody to just peek. And it's going to be Hans for you. Alva repositioned to his high ground to see MORPH. Potato, prepare himself for the worst case scenario here. But if there's Nate just being dropped on top of Potato, that's going to be the end of it. He doesn't have smoke. He doesn't have anything else except for that one last first aid.
Potato now. You can feel him holding his breath. In front here are the 2 members of Outside Eagle. Oh, they're facing this way. They're facing this way. They're facing this way, but they're looking at Amaza. Amaza making his way though. So, Potato, he's actually just next to Amaza. I'm pretty sure they're just next to each other, but Boys now putting focus on Amaza on the other end. He tries to win this fight. 50-50 now between the 2. Amaza tries to run away with the UMP in hand. MG3 from Boyce will finish off the final player of O2.
Now have to reset himself for Boychill to see whatever he can get from O2 Esport player last member just now as more fanning out. They have to open the angles if they want to secure this chicken dinner. They scouted out 1. Boychill at the back will be taken out. MORPH 4v2. Alter Ego, can they make do with whatever they have left?
Oh man, this is going to be interesting right now. MORPH, a team that is somewhere in the middle pack, potentially able to score this chicken dinner. Now Alter Ego only has Alpha together with Hans for you. Their 1 player is currently down, that is Boychill. But for them to save him, it's going to be very unlikely because MORPH right now have them surrounded.
He is trying to revive his teammate here, but the problem is that's going to be the bait. And here comes the nade. It didn't clip. They need every member, every man possible. And Boychill managed to get back on his feet. They will need him to reset his HP now. Yo, on the other hand, trying to find an opening on a smoke up a buggy. 0 repositioned to the high grounds, getting into the center alongside with Hazel. Well, Alva trying to take them down as you'll reunite once more with the team. They're going for the high grounds, knowing those elevations will get them some information regarding the position of Alter Ego.
Oh, looks like Boychill tried to go in for the flag, but 0 punish him for trying something sneaky. And now Alter Ego back as a duo, the same duo as before. Hard for you, Knock. Now this could be it. This could be it for MORPH. One more to go and they will wrap things up, and MORPH gets the chicken dinner in the second last game for day number 2.
Seems like teams coming up from Group C is on the rise when it comes to the second half of the day. MORPH also gonna have their last run here today. They need more points, and that just shows how desperate they are to push themselves even further just to get better points by end of today. MORPH, congratulations on that chicken dinner. They played themselves safe and they were playing it smart with taking the majority of the northern side of the circle where nobody else was thinking about it.
How? We jump straight into our MVP because we can't wait to celebrate Zero as the MVP with 3 eliminations, 589 damage, 178 damage received, 34% team contribution, and a survival time of 26 minutes 43 seconds. So not the first time this guy is able to come up with something, and this time around finally awarded the MVP because the last time he went berserk with MORPH because they didn't get the chicken dinner. That's why he didn't get the MVP. But this guy deserves it.
Yep, I specifically love Zero when it comes to close quarter combat or CQC, but this time it just shows he can actually play mid and long range fights too. When it comes to the other 3 teams joining in more on top of the match recap, we have O2 Esports. Thanks to Amazo, amazing plays, and also Alter Ego, despite they have 2 players left just now, they try to make it work. And XERXIA, finally we get to see him back in week number 2.
Yeah, XERXIA will be looking back at the replay and thinking to themselves that, we let that one player go. We let Amaza go. If only they knew he was there, then it would be a different story. But the story is still here in the highlights.
That was some rough circle for the teams to adapt till the very end, but MORPH secures 8 eliminations, playing it safe and playing it smart with the northern rotation just now. And the only team that capitalized on the northern side of the circle scored himself 18. While O2 Esports, they're aiming for the guns and runs. There's going to be 12 eliminations this round with 17 total points.
Yeah. the most eliminations in this round by a team, that is O2. So great work here, 70 points. They still have tomorrow to continue on their journey though. Alter Ego, same. They do have tomorrow as well. As for XERXIA, they also have tomorrow. So we got a lot of Group B teams up here. So MORPH, one of the teams in Group C, scoring really well. And hopefully in the final round, it will give them a glimmer of hope. But we'll tabulate the scores in a little bit more as we look over onto the next page. RRQ is the only team without any points.
Oh man, for PANDUM, I think it's doable for them for the next round to reach 85. I think 85 is still going to be the safest one because 80s is still a bit shaky with Group A performance based on how they did with one day. RRQ, that's a big blunder here today. They had a really great start early on.
Yeah, and they had like what, 2 rounds to close that 15-point gap to make that 80. But they botched it. They botched the 2 rounds. So this round, they have to come up real big. If not, they have to cancel their holiday. And I'm also looking at MORPH though. Great work for them to get the chicken dinner. They are at 49 points right now. But the final round, it will probably be a bit hard unless they can come up big with a lot of eliminations with the chicken dinner. Then we're talking. If not, then they will still start off healthy in the last chance qualifiers.
If we compare with the group that's just starting off today, a lot of them still on the second page, but they are not too worried because they still have another day to go. So for these teams at the very bottom, including Group B here, most of them are actually coming up from Group B because I personally feel like Group A is going to be one of the heavy hitters team compared to Group B based on how much they can score within a day. And VOIN Donkey, 10 points of total in a day.
So VOIN Donkey, well, now at number 24. But the good news for VOIN Donkey is that they are still playing tomorrow. So that's something that they need to work out. They're basically in the infinity state right now. But checking out the top fragging teams, O2 12, they clearly ahead of other teams in terms of the fragging department, the only team with a double digit. And a team PANDUM, MORPH, same with 8. And we got XERXIA with 7. So there is a 4-point gap between O2 and the next team.
XERXIA, at least they are in Group A, except for PANDUM, of course. MORPH as well. MORPH, let's be real here. I think it's doable because they can flip things in the last minute with their crazy amount of eliminations. All of a sudden, they're still holding the record with 22 points. Now, if they can pull that one off again, there's some chance for them to book straight into this Super Sunday.
Yeah, they have to pull off extreme total eliminations with a chicken dinner. Then we're talking. But if not, then the silver lining is that they will have a healthy start in the last chance qualifiers. But here it is, ladies and gentlemen, the teams that scored the chicken dinner. And so far, only Thai and also Indonesia have been scoring chicken dinners today. So unfortunately, there will not be enough slots to fill both Vietnam and also the Malaysian region for the final round.
I'm looking at the Infinity. At least we still have last chance stage, right? So there's still a shot for Infinity. Like a worst case scenario, you have to play another extra day of last chance. No back-to-back off days for them then. At least they have one day off. It depends on which day. Is it Saturday or Sunday? But the Infinity, they can afford to lose another Super Sunday here. They're definitely shaking. If they miss another Super Sunday, is it still doable for them to just get into the grand final with only one Super Sunday left?
Well, historically, there has not been a team that made it to the grand finals with only one Super Sunday. So, that doesn't sound so good. So they have to at least make 2 Super Sundays based on historical course. Unless that one Super Sunday that they join and they become like the champions, they collect 30 points, like maximum, right? Then perhaps they will be able to go through. But of course, in the Super Sunday, you'll be having like the top of the top teams. So doing that is not going to be that easy. So the best is to make it into at least 2 Super Sundays. you would still stand a chance to be in the grand finals.
We have to also put under the spotlight Crit VIP. I mean, based on the gap, we're always going to set the bar like, okay, for Group C right now, 80 points is doable. Safest, 85. 81, we've seen it before, didn't make it through in the last minute. Because to grind again in last chance with a very little amount of points. Like, I mean, it's not too little, but it's not comfortable yet for them. So they definitely have to push slightly, just a slight more for the last map here. If they have to play for last chance, right, at least they have a better start. Because there's no way for the, if they miss this Super Sunday, how devastating it will be that you have to play another week knowing that no team made it into grand finals just playing one Super Sunday ever.
Yeah, if that happened to be the case, then the best narrative for them internally is like, okay, let us be the first team to make it with only one Super Sunday. So that's the best case scenario for them if push comes to shove by then. But if not, of course you want to try to avoid that sort of conversation, just make it into Super Sunday. But at least for the teams that okay, Infinity, right, is one of the highlight teams here. Even if they play the last chance qualifiers, their starting points are at least not too bad.
I agree. But it depends on tomorrow's Group A, how they actually can push the numbers to by the end of the day. I mean, looking at 40s, maybe 30s, don't sound too shabby. Not sounding too shabby at first, but if we actually tally up by the end of tomorrow, then we get to see how much of a gap in between them and to catch up with the rest of the top 8 teams on top. So as long as they can keep pushing forward for their carry forward points for the teams that seems like a bit dim to make it straight to Super Sunday, that's last chance stage. That's the perks of this season and any of this year's season. But for the teams that I think kind of safe 100% is going to be only VPE from Group C, right? And only Vampire seems to be safe.
Yeah, clearly. I mean, their points are way ahead right now. The next one is already like what? RRQ, Team PANDUM, like they haven't made that 80 yet. But mathematically, with the final game, 15 points for RRQ, for example, yeah, it's still able to be done by them. But yeah, 15 points is like technically a chicken dinner with 5 eliminations. As in general, I would say RRQ stature, they are able to come up with that. But the more we say it, like the 2 rounds that they that they have played, the last 2 rounds at least that they have played, they came up with 0. So I really don't know what sort of RRQ is going to show up in the final round.
I know, that's kind of nervous to predict what they can actually offer. I don't know what happened there. That second half after that break, they lost it entirely, their momentum. Within that 30 minutes, almost 30 minutes of a break just now, that's gone. I mean, it sounds small of a gap, 15 points, like it's doable, definitely 100%. But based on how they're being wiped out so fast and so quick,
You almost
I'm
felt,
kind of worried for them right now, man.
you almost felt like the mojo has shifted to the Infinity though. The moment they came out from the break, they scored a chicken dinner. So that's one.
Oh.
But there's also another one. Jan Force is being replaced by Leon Funk. Funk. Yeah. Try to get the V right there.
Yeah, Vunk. Well, we have another one. Zuxi is back, swapping with Lapar. I don't know, Genforce has been great here today, but after he did so great and then they just kind of slowly dwindling down for their performance, seems to be diminishing. But I think it's doable, right? For the players that are being swapped in and out, their high caliber players definitely don't make any difference when it comes to their dynamic.
Yeah. Probably they're also trying to find that groove here. And let's remember that this kind of major swaps did happen back in the day with Boom, and it's with the same coach. I'm just putting out there, right? So there's a philosophy there that we can see. But let's see the philosophy work or not in the final round.
It's gonna be theory putting into practicality right now for the teams that we're looking forward for them to get into the Super Sunday. It's a bit awkward. I mean, like, especially RQ, they are at number 1 for their league standings. I mean, they can miss 1 week. I wouldn't worry so much for them even if they miss this one, but it's just so close. It would be quite frustrating for them not to take advantage of this. But the one that we should actually highlight most is going to be the Group C teams that did not make it week number 1, and that's going to be the Infinity, Team PANDUM, and Crit VIP.
Yeah. So some of those teams, they might be looking forward to the last chance qualifiers, so they just want to have the best start possible. RRQ is the best potential team to move directly next, that is, besides Vampire. But yeah, we don't talk about Vampire right now. They're very, very safe. They could have divided their points, the 15 points, to 3 games, but now it's all in for the final game. So based on this flight path, so RRQ, they're going to start up north. They're going to play it a little bit safe this time on the northern side. And good for them because the circle's on the right, so they can make that north rotation in and avoid those early fights that they have been losing.
A lot of similar circles here today, back to back between the maps here. But for PANDUM, I mean, another team that I'm kind of nervous about. We've seen how they can get super aggressive, and it seems to be a bit counterproductive for them. That what happened last time. All they need to do right now is to secure, just to be safe, another 10 points. To be enough, probably another 5 to 6 points. So 6 points probably going to be the best, better than their last performance or last week performance that they're being pushed down last minute. So for PANDUM, I think as long as they got around 82 points, it's going to be a checklist. 1 foot into the Super Sunday.
And that number is not too far away from them. A lot better than RRQ. But besides RRQ, right? So Crit VIP, they are 63. So taking the magical number again, they are 17 points. So that's equivalent to like a chicken dinner with 7 eliminations. But the thing about Crit VIP is that it's been a while since we've seen them getting a chicken dinner. The closest one that they've gotten is like today with the 2nd place. Even when it comes to eliminations, it's just okay. So they need to do above what they have achieved today. Basically, this is their best round the entire day today for them to get that chance directly into Super Sunday.
Yeah, they have to play the above average. Yeah, we're talking about playing a third party is always going to be one of the best solution. Avoid early conflict is a must. Maybe when it comes to down to 10 teams, that's where action should be taken by Crit VIP. Before that, try to take opportunities is going to be the best bet for them. Because if they forcing the fight too much, then they will have to take the risk that they might be wiped out early. You know why I'm nervous about PANDUM, despite they are quite close? Because the last run they had in Miramar, they taken the bait and they were too aggressive, fighting that one particular player that being set up as a trap. Then the entire group got wiped out. Due to that reason, they did not make it to the Super Sunday. But that was last chance, right? At least if they were not able to go straight to Super Sunday, their points are pretty okay. I mean, more than okay for last chance.
Yeah. Even if worst case scenario comes for Team PANDUM, they have to play the last chance. I mean, they are in the situation like BTR last week, right? Like BTR is like, last chance is just to like play like 2 games, 3 games, and then they can kick back and chill by then. Something like that. That sort of same feeling, because the points at this moment, with this amount, last chance it almost feels like just checking the box. It's like just following the process, and they will still see the Super Sunday.
Yeah, just something that you gotta do anyway by the end of the day. No off days, that's it. But at least they have least amount of pressure right now for PANDUM compared to last week though. So at least they can have a bit of a fun. Like we saw BTR last week. The funny thing is, the more points, the more they are securing something, we can see the better version of the play itself. So it shows that mental do play a big part in this. It's all about mental game as well.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's the thing about esports, right? It is a mental game. To further solidify that, right? So in Asian games, so they have like categories of games, like whether like physical sports, like you have athletics and so on and so forth, right? So esports is categorized under mind sports. So this big category. So that's also like the acknowledgement at that level to say that, hey, esports is a lot about the mind games. So
Yeah, it's like chess.
Yeah, it's like chess. Yeah, they're actually in the same category.
Yeah, that's kind of true. It's just difference is chess. You don't have to flick your fingers a bit faster than the voice actually playing esports. It's also about reaction time. So it's sort of, for me personally, I view esports, right, like ping pong plus chess. Because if you play ping pong, you have to be super fast reaction towards your response on the other side and how the ball bounces. And then you have to think quick on your feet, and then you have to be as calm as you must, as just be cool as cucumber till the entirety of the tournament. To be, I think esports covers a bit more, much more than just mental. By the end of the day, it's a bit of here and then everything else.
Yeah. Of course. I think we all know what it takes to be like the best of the best, right? It's not like you just have strong mentality and full stop, that's it. There's a lot of other factors to be in. Yeah. I guess because at that level, like if you want to like categorize, you cannot put like mind games plus mechanical plus game knowledge plus map knowledge.
Reflex.
Yeah, like plus reflex. Yeah, then like the big title will no longer be a big title, right? It might as well just be a description.
But I personally, right, this is my personal view. A lot of esports players that actually do hit the gym do have better reflex. So guys, start hitting the gym. You might be a pro player one day, who knows? Because your brain actually have better oxygenation when you hit the gym. So don't forget to work out. But we do have shrubs across the board. And speaking of shrub, he did see a couple of teams passing by. I think that's just going to be a warning shot. 72% M4, that's no surprise. I mean, we don't see a lot of DBS when it comes to the stats, but when it comes to the plays, there's a lot of DBS though.
Probably situational then. But also to point out, like, great that you brought out that point when Vampire Esports Shrubs got highlighted. Vampire, they are one of the teams that go to the gym very often. Yeah, like when they're not playing, they'll probably hit the gym. So yeah, I mean, it's translated to their gameplay, right? And speaking about the gameplay for Vampire, they're not playing from the outside in this time, so they're playing in the middle of the circle. Being a team that can do anything at this point, they'll be like, yeah, we just feel like it, so we'll do it.
And that's where they start to crush the hopes and dreams for the teams that want to make it straight to Super Sunday, including PANDUM right on the northern side. But we might have a Minas Generales circle. It's been a while we have this kind of circle. But there's going to be a FAMAS airdrop. Nobody actually trying to go over this side, even with an 8x scope. Now, that's going to be very useful if they have themselves that mini 14 without any scope yet. So, I don't see anybody. At least the airdrop these days has been kind, right? I mean, no absurd drops like we had back in the days.
Yeah, like in the water, like for the fishes and for the mermaids. Yeah.
On top of a roof.
Yeah, you don't get it that often. Like back in the day, it's like so often, right? Probably that has been adjusted. So okay. At least it's more realistic for the players to actually get it.
Did we ever had an airdrop that dropped within a tree? I think we had once, right?
I'm sure in the millions of games that we have seen, there would have been one of those situations.
I miss those days, man. There was something comical to talk about sometimes when, well, we were waiting for the actions to happen. Alter Ego. Now, speaking of Alter Ego, we don't see a lot of Rosemary here today. There's a lot of time he's being eliminated early on.
Well, you asked for an elimination, And this might involve RRQ. Hashtag involve RRQ. So, not the situation they want to be in, but then again, looks like they fought back. Zero gets knocked. Okay, maybe this is the opportunity for RRQ to gain the points instead.
Yep, but also MORPH needed the points as well. So these two teams, I mean, the most comfortable one is going to be RRQ to go straight into, like, worst case scenario, last chance, they won't actually have to put so much work. But for MORPH, on the other hand, I mean, like, MORPH definitely needed the teams as well, because when it comes to the Super Sunday, they only had 23 points for their first Super Sunday. That's why they are fighting back here right now. Getting on to Water Spray by Hazel.
Oh, okay, all right. Great work there by Hazel from the side. But now he has to deal with No Mercy. Okay, here we go. No Mercy and Hazel. 1v1. No Mercy cooking up that nade. Short toss, but Hazel will not bite the bait. But Hazel, he slid down all the way. But now the blue will put pressure to No Mercy. And Hazel won it against No Mercy.
He got himself first 8, so he can reset first. But the rest of RRQ, how do they respond to this? The rest of the crew is there, but Yule also there to give the cover fire for Hazel. But going against it, oh, what a nade by Yule, blowing all the way to the side for Napeko.
Oh.
RRQ, did they score any points?
I believe they only scored 1. Oh man. Okay, let's get a confirmation. Okay, they scored 2. Oh,
not enough.
Not enough. Cancel your holiday, boys.
But on the side of MORPH, despite they had a big win just now, they only lost with 1 player left. We have XERXIA next, but XERXIA are going to play tomorrow. And the side of RRQ and MORPH, they're both not playing here tomorrow anymore.
Well, looks like MORPH will need to cancel their holiday as well. Not like they have anything planned. I believe. Being realistic, that is. Still spending time in the blue. He should be able to heal up, but one last player. Let's see how many points he can get. Probably not going to be much.
Oh, well. Hashtag RRQ this week. Alter Ego next. Alter Ego. They are in Group B. When it comes to Group B, they are one of the teams that actually gained a lot of points in a day. We're talking about 43-ish point. And BT are also following quite a bit, but they are half from what Alter Ego has to offer. Infinity, it would be realistic to say they have to go for last chance, right?
Yeah, so... Yeah. I don't see them able to come up with something amazingly huge this round. So they just collect as many points as possible and look forward to the last chance qualifiers. Anyway, Infinity will have that 1-day break tomorrow for them to just recuperate themselves.
Oh, I'm looking at more. At least that one person made it out alive. At least they scored themselves 53 points. Now, despite we talking about last chance before, so they're definitely going to have a better start by the end of the day if they have to. Feels like it's 100% for them to play last chance by now. But Infinity can still flip the table with 42 points. They're going to have to wait and see how crazy can they get in this round. Roy and Infinity seems to be parting ways, but GEEK Fam and Roy, I think, will be next on the south.
Wow. Looks like it's going to be XERXIA and TODAK first that we have on screen. One of the TODAK players kind of low, and he has to tank the blue and make that long rotation up north. But I believe he stopped by just to heal up himself. Oh, no, not yet. Okay, there you go. Yeah, that's a confirmation that he did that. But Iron Pro, all alone on this high ground. Okay, his teammates are on the lower ground, and looks like TODAK, they're hiking up. And okay, so looks like Circle went up north. And Vampire Esports, they still got the Circle, but yeah, they can do pretty much anything. But for Iron Pro, let's see. What can he get out of RNJ? RNJ gets away, but he should be able to get to safety. Oh no, not yet, not that clear yet. He gets knocked out by Iron Pro. And now Nui will need to go and save him. Move on to GEEK Fam. in between two teams, Team Secret and FaZe Clan. Both of them try to nade down GEEK Fam together, but they're not going to all in yet, because if they over focus on the GEEK Fam, maybe the other side might cancel each other. So that is something that they need to be aware of. But for GEEK Fam, how are they going to get out of this sandwich situation?
Speaking of sandwich, not just that, this is also their last run as well. Mini 14 on Dam Route. This is quite sticky for them to get out. Unfortunately, they don't even have the high ground. So VOIN Donkey taking advantage of it, and Crave VIP taking against the TODAK. Wow, we're talking about high grounds here. I am Pro a bit off from the rest of the team, but Infinity going straight into BTR here, and it's going to be a couple of knockdowns straight away. Tenny K running down Zuxi. Hunter playing around the corner, ring around Rosie, managed to just having a bit of a trade-off. Spotted out Tenny. What a swing by Hunter.
Oh, and with that, the Infinity eliminated without any points. BTR managed to survive. And this is a confirmation right now. The Infinity, we will see them in the last chance qualifiers.
RQ will have to wait tomorrow still. At least there's some news for them. But for XERXIA, they are in Group B, so they still have tomorrow to play, but not Crit VIP though. Crit VIP, they're at 63 points. You talked about them getting those eliminations. This is the time for them to put into actions. If they can eliminate XERXIA, they might have a shot.
Yeah, and I Am Pro will try from the support angle. But we also move back onto GEEK Fam. Now the three teams, they will clash onto each other. GEEK Fam try to defend their ground. Spray by Damroot will not connect on Team Secret. As not only Team Secret, they need to worry. It's also FaZe Clan on the other side. So these three teams, man, three-way war.
The worst case is going to be the only one in Group C is GEEK Fam. Team Secret and FaZe, they still have another chance tomorrow. And FaZe Clan seem to be cancelling out Team Secret amongst themselves. So that bought time for GEEK Fam if they want to exit out or take opportunity to be a third party. But Vampires taking on TODAK and BTR O2 Esports going on a different side of the map. We still have GEEK Fam kind of sandwiched between the two.
And the fight's not over yet though. The GEEK Fam still in the middle, in between them. TODAK is out. Okay, but anyway, they will be playing again tomorrow. So, 24 points, day one. Okay. See you again tomorrow, TODAK. But we move over to O2. Oh, they just won the fight against BTR. So, BTR is out.
Oh, next is going to be still our resume fight between GEEK Fam, Team Secret and FaZe Clan. Now they managed to knock down on one. And I think XERXIA got aimed by two teams at the same time just now. As out of GEEK Fam, Damrit will try to take charge with the DBS already prepared in his hand. I'm going to swap it over, but I think they don't have that much smokes anymore for GEEK Fam. If they can actually drop a couple of smokes, this will be the perfect time for them to push to a side of Secret, then dealing with FaZe Clan for the next one. They have to do one team at a time.
Look at this. Okay, GEEK Fam is not really pushing in on the GK yet because they're also aware that FaZe Clan is above them. But speaking about above, the circle actually went away from GEEK Fam, so they had to find a way out somehow. Now on the other side, Max is down to 40% of health, and Damroot might blow up this vehicle, and that means that Max might feel the wrath of the blue without a vehicle to run away with.
Or maybe he tried to deny his points, but I think, the moment Team Secret actually got up, that's where GEEK Fam also start to move, knowing that the blue zone will hit any time now. They don't want to take their chances, just push it in. Audrey going in all the way to his GK to find his spot down there, but GK prep his nade. FaZe Clan a bit distracted with another team passing by, which will be O2 Esports right on top of them.
FaZe Clan is still one of the better gatekeepers, but oh, wait a second. GEEK Fam could have found a way into the circle. Oh, they did. They managed to slide past FaZe Clan. Okay, FaZe Clan looking at them, going away. Nothing much they can do about that. But Crit VIP eliminated number 10 with 4 elimination points. Anyway, Crit VIP, now they are only at 67 points. Might not be enough. We might see them again in the last chance qualifiers.
Yep, see you on Saturday. I think high chance they will be in last chance, of course, but at least with a better point this time. But for Team Secret, They didn't get Geek Fam just now. They tried to go for FaZe Clan. Nonsense! Caught off guard the moment he tried to start the car. Unfortunately, the rest of the team already leave this compound, so nobody else can actually try to redeem his death. Oh man, what a fast reaction from Team Secret just now, trying to make work and make do with what they have.
Okay, but they need to react fast right now against VOIN Donkey. Okay, opening up the space. Okay, not clumping up with each other. But still doozy! With AUG A3 knocking out GK. FaZe Clan! Oh, now it's that turn to be stuck.
Oh man. How the turns of tides and the flip of a coin can change the fate of a team. The nade will actually give it so much damage on the side of FaZe Clan right now. O2 surrounding them, and lucky for them, O2 didn't actually toss any mollies down there. And Jumper on the other off angle. Amaza's bleeding out. Maybe from Alter Ego the other side. Now this is not just them for O2 Esport versus FaZe. They have to be aware about Alter Ego's position as well.
Yeah, now Maza took a couple of shots. So if he continues to bleed out, that point could go to Alter Ego. But we get a confirmation soon, as Kid will be knocked down by FaZe Clan. So FaZe Clan, despite them being in a tough situation, but they still fight back. Now, the question is that how they going to get out. But at least they have the circle though, so that's a bit of a saving grace for FaZe Clan. Now, Alter Ego on the left side, they are moving towards the position of O2.
O2 and FaZe seems like they still gonna fight each other out. But the thing is, O2, they divided their attention towards Alter Ego from the back, and Alter Ego, they don't swerve, they don't hesitate, they go straight in and go a clean job. Boy Chill finish off Jumper. Now one by one O2 Esport will be taken out of the equation. This saves FaZe Clan in the process.
Oh, there you go. Yes, like what you said, there is a saving grace for them. And FaZe Clan, they have the circle, so they can like, okay, we can chill there. You guys can fight, you know, and the blue will force them to move anyway. But Alter Ego, they might want to claim their taxes here against FaZe Clan for saving them, as Hans for you is still scoping down onto the shack.
Now, Alter Ego, possibly one of the best teams getting their points up here in the B group division. So Alter Ego, I think they're the team that actually getting the most points by end of today from Group B, possibly. But we're back to PANDUM. PANDUM scored themselves 3 more points, and we're up to top 7 here. There's a chance that they actually will make through the Super Sunday, but it's kind of still a shaky spot. So if they can eliminate more, like even a 2 more eliminations, we definitely secure the position in Super Sunday straight away.
Yeah, right now, they are starting to also collect placement points. So that's something to consider as well. And, okay, they're on the right side. In front of them, left is VOIN Donkeys, right is Vampire. And they can still take their time to wait to see what's going to happen next. But VOIN Donkeys will not allow DMZ to wait. They will get a knockdown to him. But I wouldn't be too worried. He's together with his team. The revive should coming anytime soon.
Wow, Vexy is coming in strong. I mean, like usually it's always Zeta, but this time it's going to Vexy. 1-8 down, Rosemary. Finally alive and in action here. Finally we get to see him in action for the entire day. But Ventura still can't save 9 Noise. Rosemary going to keep the pressure on. But while they have their resuscitation going underway, Rosemary will take charge and try to push in. But unfortunately, the rest of the crew want to aim for VOIN Donkey first. So he goes back to the back line, take himself some covers, because O2 Esports Fredo just, you know, just there.
Yeah. Drive the vehicle in, forcing himself by the rim of the circle. And hoping for the best. Now Jobrenki gets a knock, and he will get an elimination out of Razak. So that's Team PANDUM securing their 4th elimination point. And with a placement point, now they're at 81 points and still counting for Team PANDUM. But they'll be anticipating the 7th stage circle real soon. And if they'll be forced to move, they have to pick up poison, either VOIN Donkeys or Vampire Esports.
In Vampire, the only team that has nothing to lose up here. And they're definitely still having a full squad as well. Don't forget about their firepower, guys, because they have no pressure whatsoever. It's a confirmed Super Sunday, and they're just gonna have fun. The more fun they're gonna have, the more aggressive they can be. But Jabranki spotted out the snake play at the backside. O2 Esport, Fredo! Despite it was an awkward angle, he's coming into in the crossfire just now. He still made it through and get one knocked down. But can he get one more point here?
He could use the points though. I don't think we'll be playing again tomorrow, but of course, you have to collect as many points as possible at this stage for yourself. Team PANDUM moving towards a VOIN Donkey. So it looks like they pick VOIN Donkey instead. And that will make sense since Vampire Esports, their position is on the outside of the circle. Now Potato will be knocked out by Joprenki. Vexi will be eliminated. And looks like Team PANDUM scores at least 5 eliminations now. And here we go. Zeta will be eliminated next. Oh, O2 continues to collect points. Okay, so that is Fredo's work there. Being the solo low player of O2. Still able to collect those points. Now he doesn't have to circle. Next target could be Vexi. That's the closest one for Fredo.
But if he overpicks, PANDUM can see him behind his haystack. So it's a bit of a risk pick for Fredo. Right now, yep, it's a straight line of sight here. Fredo goes straight. It's double down, 2 different teams. PANDUM, I think 100% Super Sunday. Here we go. But next, Vampire is a team that has nothing to lose. They want to score another chicken here.
Yeah, they just want to be the party poopers now for Team PANDUM. And Team PANDUM, okay. Looks like a Vampire should be able to finish this one up. And they will eliminate Team PANDUM. But Team PANDUM should have done enough to be in Super Sunday directly. They can kick back tomorrow. But for Hans, for you. Okay. Final active member for Alter Ego. He throws a smoke towards Rosemary. But before he's able to save him, FaZe Clan will eliminate Rosemary, leaving Hans for you alone now.
And for Alter Ego, this is definitely going to be a bit of a boost for tomorrow's performance if they can earn it quite big. Even on second place, it's down to FaZe Clan. Can they survive? He's got an open space, 9 noise, nothing to hide. And as for you, stole it away. Vampire is definitely going to be devastated there. 1 point that they can actually gain here. Another extra one will be stolen by the site watchers, which are going to be Alter Ego. For you, next is going to be Vintoris. It's quite a very different angle, but the fire coming up from Alter Ego definitely giving away his position.
You can see that a Vampire Esports, they have absolute control of the circle right now. And that's the advantage that you get if you have a full team. Vintoris nowhere to go. Even his vehicle is blown up. But he's by the edge of the circle, so he can still hold on to this stage. Now, Hans for you making their move in.
He doesn't have any utilities of sort. Not even a first aid at this point. Vintoris is whether Alter Ego or FaZe Clan to go out first. High chance for Hans for you to last longer, but for Vintoris, oh, it's gonna be stone because right now they have no clue whether it's gonna be the same team or different teams for Vampire. So they're kind of worried due to the wide angle between Alter Ego and FaZe Clan. It's kind of it's something that's, you know, unsettling for them. Maybe it's a trap. They're thinking that person is there way wide open because that's a trap. But it's actually 2 different teams.
Yeah, it's a fair thought. So that's how Vampire, they're still playing this as if like this chicken dinner is like championship winning chicken dinner, you know? It's like, come on, Vampire, really? Do you really need to like, oh, we're so tactical. Oh, we open up the space. Oh, we be very careful and very disciplined. Oh, come on, Vampire. You got nothing to play for. Just take the beaker and just run at one angle.
They want the extra bling in their chicken dinner, perhaps. That's always going to be their motivation. Oh, Tony K. Headshot at that by Vintoris. Down to only 5% of HP. Hans for you is also another trouble for Vintoris as well. And now Hans... he knows. But thing is, it's running dry for Vintoris. He's got nothing else to work with, and the Blues have started to hit.
Man, I wonder was Vintoris out of bullets in his M4. That's why he stopped. And the Blue will take out Vintoris. Point denied there. And now it's all on to Hans for you. Come on. This don't need to play it safe now, Vampire. Come on. 4v1.
They know it's not the same team.
Yeah.
They know it's not the same team. They come in for the rush. And that's going to be it. Newsy going to finish off the goal. And congratulations, Vampires. A team that have fought all their chickens here today just to give a statement. Hey, we won off days for 2 days straight.
You know what? I'm going to set a new record here for Vampire. The team
What?
with the most meh chicken dinner.
What do you mean, man?
Yeah,
They fought for it,
Yeah,
man.
it's like, bruh, you got nothing to play for, okay? And yet you play it like, oh, this chicken dinner is going to bring us the trophy home. Come on, man. It could have ended earlier.
Yeah, because they were quite trying to read it out whether it's the same team or not. The moment they know it's two different teams, I mean, like, they didn't waste any more time at all. But when it comes to the eliminations, I mean, they didn't get the most. I mean, that shows that they are taking it relaxed and chill a bit with only 5 eliminations. It's always double digit the entire day.
Well, at least Tony K gets another MVP award, and he could be in the running for the weekly MVP with this sort of stats. 1 elimination, not the most, but the damage is where the highlight is. 636 as compared to 1 elimination. 181 damage received, 24% team contribution for Tony K.
And the other teams, to recap here, it's going to be PANDUM also stepping their foot into the Super Sunday. But Alter Ego, I think they're going to be one of the best teams in Group B that performed so well here today, having a great start for their push. Tomorrow, VOIN Donkey probably going to join in Alter Ego when it comes to their footsteps. What we have to rewatch there, what's so-called mad chicken in the highlights been Vampire just now after being such a patient team. I mean, it's rare to see Vampire to be that patient, but this is one of the few times you get to see them playing a bit patient than their usual self, bloodthirsty vampires. So let's relive the highlight one last time.
Yay, Vampire Chicken Dinner! The chicken dinner that we've all been waiting for from Vampire Esports. Whoa!
They won the trophy of the best run when it comes to week 2. There you go. What they had a good rise here when it comes to week number 2. You cannot take that away from them.
Oh yeah, definitely they did overall very, very well. So gotta give the credit for them. Gotta give credit where it's due, of course. So 15 points for Vampire, followed by Alter Ego 12 points and VOIN Donkey 12 points too, and Team PANDUM 11. This will definitely shoot them straight onto the Super Sunday. And then we have FaZe Clan with 10. But on page 2, TODAK and Infinity.
At least TODAK still have a shot for tomorrow's match, right? But the Infinity, unfortunately, that's going to be the end of their run. Let's see them again in our last chance stage on Saturday. Tomorrow is going to be their off day to revise what they can do for their last chance stage. But RRQ, I think, probably going to be sharing the same spot as how we saw about Infinity.
Okay. And I'm looking away at the numbers, right? So RRQ, man, they had 3 rounds to find 15 points at least. They had 3 rounds, and they only scored 2 points in 3 rounds. So it's very underwhelming for RRQ.
Now, the one they should watch out for is going to be the Xaviers. And Alter Ego, the only team in Group B that pushed themselves in the top 6 in a day. Now, that's something else at 55 points. The Xaviers, they definitely going to push themselves up tomorrow. And don't forget the Group A TALON is there still on the page number 1 as well as Alliance. So it means the other teams from Group C will get pushed down.
Yep, so whoever's on page number 2 from Group C, or more to be exact, like 9 onwards from Group C, will definitely be in the last chance qualifiers. Then it's a matter of what sort of comfort would they have starting the last chance qualifiers. That will be the second point there. But we will be reintroducing Group A again tomorrow. So fans of like Boom Esports, PA, don't worry, they will still be playing again tomorrow to collect those points for themselves, and hopefully they'll be able to come up. But what's coming up is our MVP. It's not Tony K. Wow, it's Schweppes.
It's not Tony K, it's not Newsy, it's gonna be Schweppes. He has been tanking a lot. This is what they talk about. Coming up from Vampire's lineup, every one of single average damage is around over 500 damage by each of the player.
Wow, okay. I thought it was Tony K. But anyway, Schweppes did do very well today. In one of the matches, he almost came out with the chicken dinner with a 1v1. So, gotta give it to him as well. Today is the day of Schweppes here. Lots of 1s, lots of 2s, and most 3s. So overall, he's been doing very well. And with the final chicken dinner, that was the icing on the cake for him. So MVP for day 2 for Schweppes.
I mean, yeah, they definitely got a lot of chickens here today for Vampire. I think they got themselves 3 chickens, was it? Or was it 2 as well?
For Vampire? For Vampire, they scored 2 chicken dinners, including the last one.
So that's going to be the record most chicken of the day. It's going to be number 2, and still 22 elimination points by a team still held by MORPH. Nobody's breaking the record yet, but we're going to have to wait and see will the numbers differ tomorrow, because tomorrow is going to be reintroduction of another group. But let's head over to the interview, probably going to be with O2 Esports.
Hello everyone, welcome to our final interview for today. And standing beside me, there are 2 amazing players from O2. Hello Jumper and Keith. Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi guys. So first question, I'm going to ask you first, Jumper. So I want to know how impactful the lineup is, because you have like Wonderkid paired with the legends on your team. How do you divide the role?
Okay, soalan untuk Jumper, seberapa besar impact yang korang ada apabila budak baru campurkan dengan legend?
Siapa legend?
Fredo, Jumper.
No lah.
The legend.
Okay, kita lupakan yang tu. Impact boleh dikatakan chemistry kita orang lagi okay lah daripada sebelum ni.
Yeah, I would say that this lineup would be much better compared to last season in terms of chemistry. So I would love this team much better.
So the result satisfied you so far, Jumper?
Adakah result yang korang dapat sekarang dah memuaskan untuk Jumper?
Masih tidak berpuas hati disebabkan hari ini kita orang boleh dapatkan poin yang lebih, tapi masih buat yang mesti kecil.
Yeah, of course I didn't feel satisfied enough with my overall performance for today, but then yeah, we are capable to gain a lot of points, but then just mistake happen, we tend to do a same mistake again. Yeah.
Yeah, don't worry, you still have like 6 more matches, right, for O2?
Yeah, tomorrow.
And next, speaking of Wonderkid, you have Amazal as your newest player, and what led your teams bring him onto the teams?
Okay, bercakap tentang bocah ajaib, korang ada Amazal, and boleh cerita sedikit tak kenapa O2 membuat keputusan untuk ambil Amazal?
Okay, urusan ni semua saya bagi kepada Kit untuk cari new player. Okay, Kit, macam mana kau cari?
Saya mencari player baru. Dia tak adalah baru sangat. Dia antara bocah yang old juga, tapi dia boleh dikatakan wasted talent lah. And then saya nampak effort dia, cara dia grind, and sebab itulah saya masukkan dia dalam O2.
So according to Jumper that basically how he choose Amazal, it really depends on Kid. Kid is the one that find Amazal. So what Kid saw in Amazal, basically he defined Amazal as a wasted talent because he got that talent. He loved to grind as well. So that's one of the reason why we took Amazal in.
So,
Yeah. You have anything to add,
No.
Jumper? No. Okay. And from the fifth match, I also see like why you choose Amazal to come into your teams. And next, what differences do you notice in other teams in this PMSL tournament that might be contributing to your team's strong performance in this season?
Okay, untuk Jumper, apa yang Jumper sedar dalam tim PMSL kali ni yang membuatkan, apa perubahan dekat tim PMSL kali ni yang sedikit sebanyak membantu pasukan O2 untuk perform dengan lebih bagus?
tak pasti lah, tapi apa yang kita orang cuba buat lebih menjadi daripada sebelum ni lah. So mungkin strategi sebelum ni kita orang tak jadi, mungkin strategi yang baru ni kita orang jadi lah.
Yeah, so basically we don't really that is not our main concern regarding the other team. We just gonna focus on ourselves. But again, yes, for our new strategy for this PMSL, it's working for us. So we just gonna focus on that part.
And which one is harder, this season or last season?
Mana yang lebih better? Season ni ke season lepas?
Better. Mesti lah season ni.
Of course this season, yeah.
And which one is harder?
Mana yang lebih susah? Season ni ke
Mana
season
lebih
lepas?
susah? Sebenarnya tak adalah susah, cuma kita orang yang tak ada chemistry, lepas tu kita noob lah.
So basically I think it's not that hard, but then again we are the one that noobs. So yeah.
So good luck for your tomorrow's matches, Jumpers. And now let's move into kids. So kids, what differences do you notice in your teams compared to previous PMSL season with addition of the new player?
Okay Kid, apa perbezaan line up season lepas dengan season ni setelah kemasukan Amazal?
Perbezaan communication lebih better, and then cara kita orang main teamwork lebih teratur lah, and then apa yang kita orang cuba buat lebih better sebenarnya, and teratur semua.
Yeah, I think the difference is in terms of micro skill, which is communication, and our chemistry also was there, and I think everything was fine for us for this season.
And do you feel already like connection with Amazal with your newest teams?
Dah rasa macam mana chemistry dengan Amazal sekarang?
Rasanya kena banyak main sekali lah.
I think we just lack couple of games. So basically we just need to play more frequently in order for us to gain that trust. Yeah.
Yes, and speaking more about Amazal, what was the team's reactions when Amazal pulled off the 1v3 situation? Was the team shocked as we are?
Okay, masa Amazal 1v3 and apa perasaan team waktu tu? Adakah waktu tu team terkejut ke ataupun macam mana? Boleh share sikit tak?
Reaction kita orang, wow, amazing gila.
So basically our reaction was like, wow, we were surprised that he managed to do that clutch. Yeah.
Yeah, shocked as we did. And for the last things, playing with PUBG Mobile OGs, do you have like something pressure on your shoulders?
Main dengan legend PUBG Mobile lah, ada rasa pressure tak untuk Kid sendiri?
Saya rasa tak ada sebab saya dah lama dengan dorang. So saya faham je dorang punya gameplay, cuma kena ikut trend sekarang lah kot, meta sekarang, and perbezaan firepower maybe.
So basically I don't really felt any pressure since I already get used to it. I think